I'm still waiting for Planning Commissioner Chair Pesner to arrive, but I think we're going to go ahead and start and begin the special joint meeting of the City Council and Planning Commission regarding the Meadows at Bailey Canyon contemplated 42-lot residential subdivision located at 700 North Sunnyside Avenue. Madam City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Jean Goss.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Edward Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Rachel Arizmendi.
Present.
Councilmember Kelly Creeves. Here. Councilmember Robert Parkhurst.
Here.
And Chair William Pevsner is not present. Vice Chair Thomas Dennison.
Here.
Commissioner Peggy Dallas.
Here.
Commissioner John Hutt.
Here.
Commissioner Bob Spears.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Would you please rise, if you can, for the Pledge of Allegiance? Raise the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Well, it's great to see such a fantastic turnout tonight, and we want to try to get right down to business. But first, I wanted to make a few comments about the meeting format, since this is quite unusual for the city of Sierra Madre. Just a reminder in terms of our code of conduct for special meetings. I don't think I really need to tell any of this, but it's kind of pro forma. Purpose of a special meeting is to conduct city business. Members of the public that behave in a manner that interrupts or obstructs the council's ability to conduct that meeting will be asked to leave. Any demonstrations which disrupt, interrupt, or obstruct the council's ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. No signs, posters, or other large objects shall be brought into the meeting place if doing so disrupts the service or otherwise impedes the orderly course of the meeting. Comments for items not on the agenda. This is a little different than typical. Unlike a regular meeting, this is a special meeting. At a special meeting, comments must be related to the items on the agenda. Please limit your comments to matters related to the Meadows project. So, typical city council meeting, we'd actually start the meeting after our introductions with comments on items not on the agenda. We won't be doing that tonight. Speaker cards. Any person wishing to provide public comment when that time on the agenda takes place is asked to complete a speaker card. Each speaker is provided 3 minutes for public comments, and then you'll please direct your comments to the City Council and the Planning Commission. This meeting will end no later than 10 o'clock p.m. tonight, so cross your fingers. Yeah. I'd like to see if I can get a motion for approval of the agenda, please.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. I just want to make another quick comment and then turn this meeting over to our city manager, who will begin the city staff's presentation of the project. Right after I became mayor, I guess it was early December, a city manager met with some members of the community who had some issues about the process involved in the project, and they asked him for another opportunity for the public to get an explanation of this with opportunities to ask questions of all parties involved. And we sat down, got our heads together, and figured out that maybe a combined meeting of both the commission and planning commission and the council would be helpful for our residents, because it is a very complicated project, and it certainly has the public's attention. So we would really believe in the interest of transparency and good public policy that this is a good way to add, a good meeting to add to the already scheduled list of meetings on this project. I wanted to thank the members of our Planning Commission for making time in their schedules to come here tonight and doing the preparation necessary to be here tonight. If you aren't aware of it, the EIRs are, 4 inches thick. So that's a lot of homework for this meeting and for subsequent meetings involving the project. So hats off to them. Thank you very much. And to my council colleagues for adding another meeting on their schedule this month. With that, I'd like to turn this meeting over to our city manager, Mr. Jose Reynoso.
I'd like to begin by introducing myself. Again, my name is Jose Reynoso. I'm the city manager. I'm joined by the Director of Planning and Community Preservation, Vincent Gonzalez, and City Attorney, Alex Garagosian. The applicant is represented by Father Higgins, Father D'Souza, from the Congregation of the Passion of Madre Dolorosa. New Urban West is represented by Jonathan Frankel, Vice President, and his team of technical experts. The presentation will cover the following 6 topics: a project description, transparency and responsiveness, outline of the entitlement process, future actions, application introductory comments, applicant-sponsored outreach, followed by questions. We'll begin with the project description, looking at the project from the top down. If we look at the green outlined area, that's approximately 35 acres that will be dedicated as open space with a conservancy easement. The monastery would retain the property, and we would institute a conservancy easement to limit and prohibit any future development on those 35 acres. Moving down to the purple-blue outlined area, that area is where the Madre Dolorosa Retreat Center sits, and that would continue. They would continue to operate their spiritual programming as they have since 1924. Moving down into the yellow outlined area, that is a 17-acre lot where the proposed development of 42 single-family homes with a 3-acre park on the southern border of the lot. Ongoing maintenance of the park would be paid for by the 42 homes through the formation of a community facilities district. The project would also include net zero water strategies to offset the water use, and we'll go into more detail on that later in the presentation. In addition, all the homes will be equipped with solar and an option for all electric appliances. Moving over to transparency and responsiveness. Members of the community can see all city prepared documents on the city's transparency portal. The website is there, and it's also available, like I said, on our city's website on the city manager's page. Our enhanced draft environmental impact public outreach and notification included extending the review period from 45 days to 64 days, and notifying the entire community of Sierra Madre. Every single residential address, over 5,000 mailers went out to the community. For a project of this type, we're only required to notify a 300-foot radius, but again, in response to community input, we asked and we made a requirement that the entire city be notified. Over the last 2 years, we've responded to over 37 public records requests and provided well over 1,000 documents. Responding to community concerns, a project of this magnitude requires 1 public meeting. Including this meeting, we've had 14 meetings, 14 opportunities for public engagement. Again, opportunities for public input began almost 2 years ago at the March 10th, 2020 City Council meeting. The city is only required to recognize 1 scoping meeting for this type of project, and again, we have now held 14 meetings. Now I would like to turn the meeting over to Director Gonzalez for project entitlements.
Thank you, Jose. I will be reviewing the project entitlement process, providing a brief overview. So as you can see, staff segmented the review into 2 different phases we call Phase 1 and Phase 2 proceedings. Phase 1 proceedings are legislative decisions. They are not subject to the 5-hearing rule as outlined in Senate Bill 330 pursuant to the Housing Crisis Act. And both of these, or all of the entitlements, will be reviewed both by the Planning Commission and the City Council for consideration. Those entitlements include certification of an environmental impact report, adoption of a general plan and zoning code amendment, and subsequent land use map and zoning map updates, adoption of a specific plan, approval of a lot line adjustment, and approval of a development agreement. Phase 2 proceedings are subject to the 5-hearing rule because they are quasi-judicial decisions that are tied to a specific parcel. Those actions include a tentative track map to be approved by both the Planning Commission and City Council, and a design review permit pursuant to Planning Commission approval. As noted by City Manager Reynoso, public comment was extended from 45 days to 64 days in response to concerns from the community to provide additional opportunity to provide their comment. We did receive 112 comments, and those were included in the responsive comments in the final environmental impact report. And thanks to the due diligence of the community, I was notified that there was one comment that was not included in the FEIR, Final Environmental Impact Report. So both staff as well as the applicant searched our files again, compared files, and we actually discovered a total of 6 public comments that were not included in the Final Environmental Impact Report. And on February 17th, we went ahead and posted revised Final Environmental Impact Report to our transparency portal, and all of those comments have been responded to. So in general, environmental impact reports are required to address a number of environmental decisions and analysis for the following tables that you see highlighted, both in green and in blue. And essentially, the environmental impact report is determined if there's any environmental impact for each of those discussion topics. In the case of the Meadows of Bailey Canyon project, the standards for environmental quality were determined to be met or exceeded, and therefore no mitigation is required. And those include agricultural and forestry resources, energy hazards and hazardous materials, mineral resources, and etc. Again, no mitigation was required because they did not trigger the thresholds that required mitigation. Further environmental analysis was also conducted on the topics that are located in the blue table at the bottom, and those were found to be less than significant, but only after mitigation. So to give you an example of mitigations that were applied, I'm going to focus on the tribal cultural resources. So staff consulted with the Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, specifically the Kiz Nation. And after consultation, they requested that we incorporate specific mitigation measures to address their specific tribe. So those are included in the final environmental impact report and the draft. And they specifically addressed if there was a discovery of cultural resources or human remains found during the excavation period, that all construction activity would cease until they can get an archaeologist on site to monitor those, remove them, catalog them, and then continue with monitoring the project site with an on-site archaeologist. We also heard from the community on a number of occasions to address some of the major topics that were identified in the EIR. And the Planning Commission made a decision and requested staff to host some of these topic discussions that we refer to as key issues. And those were water supply, fire protection, and traffic and circulation. So our city manager and also former utilities director provided the presentation regarding water supply. And he provided essentially an overview of where the city water resources come from, and also specific to the project, the attainment of a net zero water development by implementing water use strategies such as utilizing high efficiency fixtures, planting drought tolerant and native landscaping, complying with the city's water efficiency landscape ordinance. Our fire chief, Brent Bartlett, provided a presentation regarding wildfire protection. And he indicated that the proposed project will comply with the city's fire protection plan and will also comply with both building and fire codes, including the use of ignition-resistant building materials, sprinklers in all new homes, ongoing brush management practices, fuel modification zone, and use of native fire-resistant landscaping. The last key issue that was hosted by the Planning Commission was traffic and circulation, and those presentations were provided by both Fair and Piers, the applicant's transportation consultant, and LLG, the city transportation peer review consultant. The traffic and circulation documentation includes 2 traffic studies, vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, as well as LOS, or level of service. The VMT project determined that there would be a less than significant impact using the low VMT criteria screening from the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments. So many of the local cities here in the San Gabriel Valley paired up together to contract with the Council of Governments, and they are they host the program, that the software to run that model, which takes, in some cases, more than 24 hours. The level of service study also did not result in any measurable difference in the performance of local streets. So both of these areas in terms of mitigation, there are no mitigation measures specific to traffic per the EIR. One other key issue I wanted to bring up was the Arborist Report. I've been hearing a number of concerns about the number of trees that are being removed. So the Arborist Report, which is a part of the biological resources component of the EIR, identifies that there was 117 trees surveyed, including 16 trees that are off-site within the Bailey Canyon Wilderness Park. There are 11 on-site coast live oaks that are designated for removal. The EIR also indicated a 1-to-1 ratio, a minimum of 1-to-1 ratio replacement, but that's just the minimum. So the applicant will be required to comply with the city mitigation matrix for replacement of any trees identified for removal. And the mitigation is based on not only the diameter breast height of the tree, 5 feet off the ground, it's also based on the health and structural integrity of the tree. Another key issue that I've been hearing about is the use of the West Carter roadway, which is identified as an off-site improvement and would provide an alternate route from the project site. And the developer is currently working with Los Angeles County to see the feasibility of widening that roadway. And a segment of that is also owned by the city. It's not a street, it's a roadway, but it's essentially a city-owned parcel. And one of the actions, if this was to move forward, City Council would have a passive resolution to include that parcel into the city street system. This is a cross-section of that roadway improvement. The proposal is to widen the segment of the Carter roadway 24 feet with a 10-foot travel lane in each direction and a 2-foot curb and gutter on each side of the street. To the north of that, highlighted in the exhibit on the bottom in red, is a 6-foot sidewalk that would go along the north side of the roadway. In addition to preparing and analyzing through technical studies the impacts of the project proposal, CEQA also requires that the applicant study project alternatives. So the no-build alternative is generally one that appears in almost any EIR, and that is the status quo. There's no development, therefore there's no impact. The communal residential facility and the private school are allowed institutional uses at the site currently, and these are permitted uses with a conditional use permit. So conditionally permitted uses, and both examples roughly represent what is permitted under the institutional zone, which is approximately 35% lot coverage and approximately 275,000 square feet of building area. And to give you an example what that might look like, that would be about 5.7 Kensington assisted living facilities, or a typical grocery store would be about 1.5 grocery stores of a typical large grocery. The fourth alternative that was also analyzed was a reduced project alternative, representing a 20% reduction from the proposed project, developing 34 single-family residential homes. The lots would be larger than are currently proposed, and it was determined that the project alternative would not include a neighborhood park because there would not be enough funds to maintain a community facilities district for maintenance of a park. So that was an overview of the very first entitlement, the certification of the environmental impact report. The second entitlement that we are going to consider, or the Council and Planning Commission would consider at a public hearing, is amending the general plan and zoning code and subsequent land use map and zoning map. So you can see on the left side of each exhibit, the existing land use is institutional. The proposed land use on the right would be residential low density. The existing zoning, the bottom left corner, is the existing zoning as institutional. And the proposed zoning would be institutional with a residential single family with a specific plan overlay. The next entitlement is consideration of adoption of a specific plan. A specific plan has been prepared for the project, and a specific plan generally outlines project objectives, architectural guidelines, landscape and park standards, and infrastructure plans. So this is a conceptual site plan in the specific plan, which delineates the 42 single-family residential lots. On the top border between the retreat center and the residential project in blue is a landscape buffer. The areas in green represent an open space area that will be maintained by a homeowners association. And the area in rose represents the community park or neighborhood park and the community facilities district. So the conceptual park plan is designed for passive uses. There are no ball fields or sport courts. It'll also be in compliance with the dark sky general plan objectives regarding lighting. And there's also a direct connection to Bailey Park, a small parking area, and access to the parking area at Bailey Park. The next entitlement is a ministerial action, but we bundled it together with all the other entitlements. And this is a lot line adjustment. And currently the retreat center is located on 3 individual parcels. Each parcel is tied together. And what the lot line adjustment would do is to create 2 parcels, one for the retreat center and a second parcel that would ultimately become a residential designation if approved. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. I'm going to hand it over to Alex Garagosian, and he'll talk about the development agreement.
Approximately 2 years ago, the city entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Congregation of the Passion. That memorandum of understanding was essentially outlined the application process that's taken place over the course of these 2 years. The city is, in order for this project to go forward, the city would need to enter into a development agreement, which is a 3-way agreement intended to bind the parties to the commitments made in the memorandum of understanding and to outline the development process going forward. The three parties to this development agreement would be the City of Sierra Madre, NUI Sierra Madre LLC, NUI stands for New Urban West, and the Congregation of Passion Madre Dolorosa Community. So to clarify who these parties are, obviously the city is the City of Sierra Madre, NUI is the developer, the proposed developer, and Congregation of the Passion is the applicant and the landowner. So in the development agreement, which is an attachment to the staff report, each party has certain responsibilities. NUI, the proposed developer, has agreed to submit a tentative track map and design review application within 2 years of the approval of the development agreement to develop and dedicate a public park. They are to establish a community facilities district to finance that public park. So that public park would not be financed through city funds, but would be financed by the homeowners via some kind of special assessment or special tax on their property that's collected during the property tax roll. The developer has agreed to pay up to $910,000 to implement net zero water use strategies. That's in addition to any development impact fees that developers would be required to pay for development in the city. Developer has agreed to underground all newly constructed on-site utilities. Developer has agreed to pay development impact fees. Developer has agreed to encourage electric appliances, and we'll talk a little bit later about what those methods are to encourage electric appliances. Developer has agreed to reimburse the city for third-party inspection costs. So there are certain costs incurred in inspecting the property after development, after the building permits have been pulled, but prior to the homes being occupied. There are also costs incurred by the city in reviewing the applications for design review and tentative track maps that will need to be submitted. Those costs will also be reimbursed. The developer has agreed to pay a security bond for public improvements. The purpose of that security bond is if the city accepts the improvement, in this case it'd be like the public park, and finds some kind of flaw in it, it can rely on the security bond to cover the cost of basically fixing whatever flaw there is. And per state law, if a development agreement is to be entered into, there needs to be an annual report that's submitted, and that annual report will report on a number of things, including the progress of the project, the progress of the applications, etc. The city also will have obligations under this development agreement. Those obligations include freezing all development impact fees as of the effective date of the development agreement. The reason those fees are frozen is because by the time the developer actually pulls the permits, it's not clear how long the permits for building the project, it's not clear how long that'll take. And by then, fees will definitely have risen because they rise every single year, and the city could do a new fee study and increase it further. So fees in this case will be frozen as of the date of the approval of the development agreement. Second, the city has agreed to process the annual report in a timely manner and to notify the applicant or the developer if anything is missing. The city has agreed to hire a third-party plan checker to review new applications because all the applications that would be submitted would impose quite a strain on the city's existing resources, and so the city would need to contract with a third party to assist in that review. The city would hire a third-party inspector for public improvements. And lastly, would process preliminary development permits. This preliminary development permit concept is essentially there to allow the developer to showcase homes prior to all the homes being built. And lastly, there are the requirement that's going to be imposed upon the congregation, so the monastery, would be to record a conservation easement over the open space area above the monastery in favor of the city to limit development in the future and to ensure that it remains open space. So one key concept in the development agreement is this concept of net zero water. Generally speaking, net zero water involves strategies that are intended to create a water neutral development where the amount of supplemental water purchased and stored and the amount of water offset by water efficient improvements are equal to the development's total impact on the city's water system. As stated earlier, the developer has agreed to pay up to $910,000 to see to it that the project remains net zero. There are two ways that this could potentially happen. So under option A, up to $380,000 will be used to purchase 950 acre-feet of supplemental replenishment water from the San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water District, if that water is available. In addition, up to $530,000 will be authorized to implement a program of placing existing lawns of residential units within the city. So homeowners within the city, any homeowner, can take advantage of those funds to have drought-tolerant landscaping installed in their homes. Now, if under option A, that $380,000 amount isn't exhausted, or the $530,000 amount isn't exhausted, then option B kicks in. Under option B, the sums not expended in option A, the city can use the remaining funds to reduce water distribution water loss by investing in the system's water main replacement. So essentially, the city would be taking whatever remainder funds there are and using those funds to replace leaky pipes to make sure that water isn't being wasted through water loss. The development agreement also encourages electrification. The developer would promote all electric utilities and appliances to encourage a model of development in the city that reduces residents' greenhouse gas emissions. Some of the methods proposed for this would be utility upgrades to allow all electric appliances. The model home would be all electric. That's the model home that would be created before all the other homes are built. On-site signage promoting all electric appliances. Each home would have to be Energy Star certified. And the development of a website, video, and pamphlets promoting all electric utilities. And for those who aren't aware, the California Building Code also now requires that homes, newly constructed homes, be built with solar panels. So all these homes would be built with solar panels. The timeline. I apologize for the small text. I will read what all those individual lines say. In that first dot, we have the effective date of the development agreement. The effective date means the date on which the development agreement is adopted if the city council chooses to adopt it. 24 months after the effective date, the developer would be required to submit the tentative tract map, which would subdivide that property, the design review permits, which would approve the designs for the individual homes, a site plan for the utilities, and a community facility, and would have to initiate the process or the application for a community facilities district to pay for the public park that's proposed to be created on that site. Next, looking at that third dot, upon applying for building permits, which comes after the application process, once all the applications are approved, the applicant can apply for a building permit, and at that point, the developer would pay all impact fees and the net zero water payments. That's the $910,000, in addition to any development impact fees that would need to be paid. Now, looking over at that fourth dot, it says within 60 days after the city's issuance of the first building permit, the congregation must record the conservation easement in favor of the city. And lastly, that fifth dot says within 60 days after the city's issuance of a certificate of occupancy for the 22nd unit constructed. In other words, once the developer has built the 22nd home, at that point, the developer must transfer over the public park completed over to the city. And the reason we have it set at the 22nd home is because in order for the community's facilities district to maintain that park, there needs to be a sufficient number of homes built to finance basically the maintenance of the park. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Director Gonzalez to talk about future action.
The future actions include scheduling a public hearing for spring 2022. The Planning Commission will consider Phase 1 proceedings, again, which include certification of an environmental impact report, mitigation measures, and monitoring program, amending the general plan and land use map and zoning code and zoning map, adopting a specific plan, and approving a lot line adjustment. And lastly, entering into a development agreement. So those are our next steps. That concludes staff's presentation, and the applicant and Madre de la Rosa will be speaking next.
Mr. Frankel?
Thank you. Good evening, members of the City Council and Planning Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Frankel, and on behalf of New Urban West, it's my great pleasure to be here with you tonight to provide an update on this project. But before I begin, I want to provide an opportunity for Father Bruno de Souza to come up and speak on behalf of Madre de la Rosa. Father Bruno.
Good evening, members of City Council, Planning Commission. My name is Father Bruno de Souza of the Passionist community at Madre de la Rosa. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak before you and the city. I would also like to thank the City Council and Planning Commission for giving the public so many opportunities over the last 2 years to learn about and provide feedback on the plan for the Meadows at Bailey Canyon. For nearly 100 years, the Passionists at Madre de la Rosa have been serving and attending to the spiritual needs of the residents of Sierra Madre and surrounding communities. We have welcomed countless people to visit Madre de la Rosa to attend spiritual retreats or meditate on Christ's passion in our Stations of the Cross on Good Friday, or even attend Mass or participate in any number of recovery, ecumenical, or community groups that use our facilities. As stewards of what God has given us, we must acknowledge that the unused portion of that land that the Passionists purchased here nearly a century ago should no longer be left unused because it can be put to a better purpose. And that better purpose is to raise funds that are needed to support Passionist ministries here in the United States, India, Haiti, and elsewhere, and also to fund the retirement and health care for our aging Passionist priests and brothers, most of whom are now in their 70s or older. New Urban West's partnership with us has been a blessing as we look forward to welcoming new families to Sierra Madre. New Urban West understands the importance of preserving the beauty and tranquility of Madre de la Rosa and has developed a sensitive plan to accomplish that all-important objective, as you probably saw a while ago. New Urban West also understands that Madre de la Rosa has been a good neighbor for nearly 100 years and that we want to continue that tradition for at least another 100 years. So they have been very sensitive to our neighbors' concern. Just one example of this is the new park, public park they are providing as part of the plan. We believe the Meadows plan is the best plan for the property, for the Passionists and Madre de la Rosa, for our neighbors, and for the city of Sierra Madre, as expressed in the Memorandum of Understanding between us and the city. We encourage you to consider it carefully and to move the plan forward. Thank you.
Again, good evening, council members, members of the commission. Tonight, I will provide a brief overview of our outreach and design process, and all of the members of our technical team are here to answer any questions you may have, and we're happy to make them available to you. So the Meadows project, the project that you see tonight, is the result of nearly 2 years of an inclusive and iterative design and environmental review process. And this was a process that was established by an agreement, the Memorandum of Understanding, between the Passionists and the city that was unanimously approved by the City Council in 2020 after many months of public meetings and discussion. And as intended, the process of implementing the memorandum has included a diverse and wide-ranging group of stakeholders. We sought out feedback from area residents, business owners, civic organizations, historians, faith leaders, and others in refining and improving the plan. Our team features 5 experienced architectural and design firms, each bringing decades of experience in various home styles frequently seen in Sierra Madre. And despite the challenges presented by COVID-19, our work included 23 workshops and events, over 280 individual and small group meetings, and ongoing regular communication via our project website and email. When the project reached certain milestones, like the publication of the city's environmental impact report, we mailed a notice to every single residential address in the city. In total, we have sent approximately 35,000 pieces of mail to residents to provide information about the project and notices about how to stay involved and provide their feedback. And as you can imagine, with all of these meetings, we received lots and lots of comments, questions, concerns, and feedback. And I'm going to work to go through these quickly because Director Gonzalez did address many of these in his presentation, but I will try and hit and reiterate some of the main topics. Key issues included architecture and design, traffic and circulation, open space and wildlife preservation, fire safety, sustainability, and density and community character. And I want to speak tonight not only about what we heard, because we heard a lot, but also how we responded to those comments and altered the plan as a result of them. Firstly, architecture and design. As you know, the project includes low-density single-family homes consistent with the approved MOU, and to avoid any sort of cookie-cutter or boring design, we spent substantial time with our design team to create a set of robust architectural standards and guidelines that have been incorporated into the specific plan. The plan requires diverse, high-quality architecture that complements the history and heritage of Sierra Madre. And to respond to concerns from our neighbors to the west, we spent significant resources and time to shift the entire project to the east in order to double our rear setbacks and provide a landscape privacy buffer between all new and existing homes. The separation between new and existing homes in this area on the west side is now double, 2 times, what is otherwise required by code in the R1 zone. Next, traffic and circulation. The project has been revised to provide 2 full-width points of ingress and egress. Carter Avenue, as you heard, will be widened, and a sidewalk will be added for pedestrian safety. Further, we heard a lot of concern about overflow parking associated with Bailey Canyon, particularly on the weekends, also during the weekdays. And in order to alleviate that parking pressure on your public streets, we will add an additional 42 parking spaces and a direct connection to Bailey Canyon to alleviate concerns related to parking on the adjacent residential streets, particularly Carter and Grove. Regarding open space and recreational amenities for residents, the project will permanently preserve and conserve 35 acres of valuable hillside habitat and results in the provision of a new 3-acre public park for all residents to enjoy. And as was mentioned, to ensure no taxpayer expense for the ongoing maintenance and operation of this new public park, we have created and are analyzing a private funding source for all of the operational expenses. As mentioned, a direct connection to Bailey Canyon improves access and accessibility for hikers and mountain enthusiasts to the existing wilderness park. Fire safety is a critically important issue for everyone living in Sierra Madre, and that is exactly why our team prepared a comprehensive fire protection plan that was included in the city's environmental impact report. The plan notes a number of key features of the project, including fuel modification or defensible space requirements, sprinkler systems in all new homes, and ignition-resistant building materials and landscape. And the EIR demonstrates, due to the incorporation of these features, the Meadows will drastically reduce by 70% how quickly flames will spread in the event of a wildfire as compared to existing condition. This isn't all that surprising given that the existing project site is largely a fallow field of non-native grassland, and the incorporation of defensible space, fuel modification, as well as new landscape will slow the rate of spread in the event of a wildfire and improve the ability for residents to avoid loss of property. The project also incorporates, in response to community feedback, a number of first-of-its-kind sustainability features. We know that water is a precious and scarce resource in Sierra Madre, and all efforts must be taken to both conserve and increase the availability of water. The project does both, and is the very first in Sierra Madre to achieve net zero water utilization through securing additional supplemental water to be stored in the main San Gabriel Basin, and if that supply is not available for any reason, to fund a retrofit program that will fully offset all anticipated indoor and outdoor water use associated with the project. To be clear, all future Meadows residents will pay a normal water bill just like every other resident in Sierra Madre. The additional supply of water and the savings related to the retrofit of existing homes will simply serve to offset this demand and increase the city's supply of water to be used for public purposes. And how much water the project uses will also be drastically reduced through the use of native drought-tolerant landscape, low-flow fixtures and appliances, drip irrigation, and in-home water recycling systems, gray water systems. We understand the very first project in the city of Sierra Madre to incorporate a feature like that. Further, the project stormwater design, all the rainwater that hits the project site, is designed to be captured, treated, and percolated, infiltrated back into the ground, recharging the local aquifer and aiding the city's supply of groundwater. As you heard, the Meadows is also firmly committed to reducing the carbon footprint of each home. We will be the very first project to offer 100% electric homes and EV charging stations in every single garage. All homes will be Energy Star certified and feature high-efficiency heating, cooling, and appliance systems. Council commissioners, some folks, many folks in our meetings indicated that they believed 42 single-family homes was too many for the project site. And to help our planning and understanding this issue, we really wanted to take the time to look around and take a look at the existing history and density of the existing development. And what you're going to see on the next few slides is a comparison between the Meadows site at 17.3 acres and adjacent residential communities, both immediately adjacent to the proposed project and elsewhere in town. And what we did is we simply compared the project area, again, roughly 17.3 acres, with area in town that are exactly the same size, 17.3 acres. Then we looked at how many houses are located within each area. So here you see the Jamison Court area, one of the newer developments in town, a late 80s, early 90s build, with 58 homes within the same 17.3 acre area. Second is Manzanita Avenue. There are 47 within the same 17 acres. And immediately adjacent to the project site, here at West Carter and Lima, there are 118 homes within the same 17.3 acre footprint, making this area, again, immediately adjacent to the project site, nearly 3 times as dense as the Meadows. So what we discovered in assessing density and compatibility is that the Meadows is in fact less dense than typical neighborhoods in Sierra Madre. We firmly believe the Meadows provide substantial community benefits, and it really has been a pleasure and an honor to get to meet so many Sierra Madre residents. It's readily apparent the high level of civic engagement and the love for the community here. And we want to be sure to deliver a project not only that protects 35 acres of open space, provides a 3-acre public park, implements the sustainability features, impact fees, all of that, but also leaves a legacy for us and for the city that everyone is really proud of. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Again, our entire technical team is here to answer any questions you may have. Of course, I'm available for questions. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Frankel. At this time, we are going to open this up for public comment. And just wanted to say a couple words about that. Each comment should be limited to 3 minutes. Appreciate it if you would fill out a comment card so we can recognize you before you come down. And you have unlimited time devoted to this part of our, so we ready to proceed?
Mr. Mayor, the
Yes.
city received 24 emails in advance of this meeting related to this topic on this agenda. All 24 emails were forwarded to the City Council and Planning Commission for review and consideration. They have since been uploaded onto the city's website for public access and transparency.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure if there are any more speaker cards out, but I've collected 20 speaker cards this evening, and the first speaker card that I received was from Pat Elkhorn.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, council members, Planning Commission members. I'm Pat Alcorn, 741 East Grandview. Your agenda tonight states that the intent of the meeting is a study session between the Planning Commission and the City Council to provide an update for the Meadows. I applaud you for that, but for many months, many of us have requested a town hall type meeting that would have a dialogue between the developer and the Passionists and the citizens as a whole. We understand that both the City Council meeting and the Planning Commission are not in a position to comment or discuss the project right now before it comes before them. And this is why we're asking for a meeting of just one or two representatives of the city and the project representatives. We ask for an open forum to be able to clarify all the many pros and cons and misinformation that's been thrown about both on social blogs, websites, and by mail. A lot of what you presented today is good. It's good information, but I still feel that I think our citizens have a lot more questions, including the traffic report. The staff reports 31 morning trips and 42 additional evening traffic trips a day. The EIR says 396 round trips per weekday and more on weekends. Some websites are even saying 600. Now, how are these numbers measured? What data can we be sure is correct? And are they measuring the same thing? Who knows? Rezoning. One group wants an initiative to change the hillside residential. Another site says that the owners of the property, the Passionists, state that their private property rights will be canceled and they won't be able to upgrade their current buildings. Where can I get information about exactly what the initiative says regarding rezoning and what the Passionists believe will happen? And I think we need accurate information. And some of the other things that I have noted, you answered my questions. So, but I do have more, but there's not enough time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Alcorn. I hope in addition to your comments that you will feel free to ask those kinds of technical questions, because subsequent to public comment, council members and commissioners will be asking staff and the applicant questions, and it's our intent to reiterate your questions if you have them to the principals here tonight. So we hope that you would do that. And I've already got one question down from Alcorn I'll bring up.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker card is for Tricia Searcy. She also provided written comment and questions that have been provided to each one of the members at the dais.
Good evening. My name is Tricia Searcy. I live at 734 Fairview Avenue. And my first question is, why did the city enter into an agreement with the developer that calls for chopping down protected trees in Bailey Canyon Wilderness Park to widen Carter? Those trees in the park are valuable resources belonging to the public. It is public property. And that portion of Carter is not even a street. It's a parcel of public land that does not belong to the retreat center. There is no property right to widen Carter or to cut down trees in Bailey Canyon. Chopping down those trees is basically a taking from the public. It's public property that the city is trying to give or sell rights to the retreat center so it can make money. That's a big ask of Sierra Madre residents to say goodbye to those trees and wildlife that will be decimated at Bailey Canyon. And it's more than a little galling that the city isn't even asking us if it's okay or what we would want in return for such a monumental sacrifice of our property, public property. New Urban West and the retreat center have no right to destroy our parkland. Another question is, why was this off-site destruction of public spaces completely left out of the draft EIR when it was a well-known part of the plan at that time? This destruction of public spaces was snuck into the final EIR so that no one had an opportunity to review and comment. Not residents, not governmental agencies. No one saw any part of this plan before the final. Which raises another question. The city hired MIG to independently review the EIR submitted by the developer. An independent reviewer is a great idea, but it appears MIG was only allowed to review an early draft of the EIR, and the city didn't like the comments, so MIG did not review the draft EIR that was circulated, or the final, or the most controversial off-site plan. Strangely, it appears MIG was only asked to review some of the city's responses to comments in the DEIR, but not all, because the city claims to have accidentally left off Preserve Sierra Madre's comprehensive 24-page comment, which I understand was quietly added in to the amended final, but without giving proper notice to anyone. My question is, why wasn't the final EIR vetted by an independent reviewer? You now only have the developer's perspective, and the developer's people are the only ones here today. Where is the independent reviewer, MIG? It would seem to me that for you all to properly review the environmental impacts of this project, you need factually correct, vetted information, and you need the whole picture, not just New Urban West's story, or even city staff's story. One example of not getting the whole story is that the staff report, as Ms. Alcorn pointed out, says the project will only generate 31 car trips in the morning, 42 in the evening, and that's seriously misleading. The EIR shows the project is expected to generate an additional 400 trips per day by 2025, and that doesn't include 2 years of construction trips. Please consider the need for an independent review of the final EIR, along with gathering information and listening to the concerns of Protect Sierra Madre and Preserve Sierra Madre and other residents in a town hall type meeting, where questions get answered and there's a dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Searcy.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker card is received from Father Michael Higgins.
Good evening. My name is Father Mike Higgins, and I live at 700 North Sunnyside, the retreat center. I have only a simple request, is that the city help us move forward with this project. I've lived in Sierra Madre these last 8-9 years, and then I had another term in 1975 to 83. So I've had 2 different times when I've lived here a significant amount of time, both times at the retreat center. And the reason I hope that the city will help us move forward with this project is because I believe deeply that spirituality is an extraordinary, important way of living our lives. And the retreat center, over the years that it's been there, while not perfect.
Father Higgins, could I just interrupt just a
course.
second? We won't take your time away. Chair Pevzner's arrived. I just want to get seated so he can listen to your comment. Okay, please continue.
Thank you.
We had about 20 seconds to listen to
Welcome.
comment.
I won't take it, I don't think. But I think the spirituality that we nourish and foster at the retreat center is a great service to the many people of Southern California who come there. And we need resources to do that. And we need resources to take care of the men who have worked here over the last many years. And so this project will provide resources for those, both for the ministry here and in other places in the world, as well as resources for the care of the men who've given their lives there all these years. And so I just urge you to consider those factors as you reflect on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Higgins.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker card is received from Mike Cunningham.
Good evening. That is one intimidating clock. First, I just want to affirm that reports of the retreat center's closure are both exaggerated and untrue. We are open, providing retreats to adults and teens since 1926. Our 100th anniversary is just around the corner, and thousands come to our center for spiritual renewal and refreshment year after year. We intend to continue to do this for the next 100 years. Madre de la Rosa, nestled in these beautiful foothills of the Passionist home in Southern California, and have been providing spiritual and physical nourishment to those in need of solitude and time in a sacred space. We believe that the Meadows project will be the least intrusive and most compatible out of all the development options that are available. The Meadows provides synchronicity with Sierra Madre architecture and character, and the minimum interference with our retreat center's mission. In normal pre-COVID times, we host thousands of visitors each year, from Sierra Madre visitors visiting the grounds and the Stations of the Cross, to weekly Mass and contemplative prayer programs, attracting participants from many different denominations. Madre de la Rosa has been a welcoming community from the beginning, and to keep this welcoming disposition, we need to keep our grounds and facilities tranquil. In addition to retreats, our primary mission, we also opened our kitchen to the local community during the COVID crisis. Many of you may not be aware that since March of 2020, in conjunction with the city, we have delivered more than 24,000 meals to the vulnerable population in the city. Fundraising for these subsidized meals has been conducted by donors and friends of Madre de la Rosa and the city of Sierra Madre. We thank the residents of Sierra Madre for their support in this vital work. Our operations here are by their nature quiet and unobtrusive. We're not a group that tries to toot our own horn. However, when others present us in an unkindly and unfair light, we must remind them of our role here in these Sierra Madre foothills, to provide a place of solace and spiritual nourishment and continue our mission. In these foothills, Passionist priests and our staff have made their home for almost 100 years, and we look forward to the next 100 years with God's grace to remain doing our work quietly and diligently at the foot of the mountains that we all love. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker card is for Marta Salgado Nino.
Yeah, my name is Marcia Salgado Nino. I'm the Director of Finance and Administration at Madre de la Rosa. The staff at Madre de la Rosa were concerned about how the construction on the Meadows would look. Once we saw the NUI plan, we were relieved and impressed with the outcome, particularly the park, which is a lovely part of the project. I'm glad that it is a residential plan. The traffic on Sunnyside will not be impacted by a residential plan as it would if it was a school or other facility. In furtherance of our mission and charism, Madre de la Rosa holds Passionist weekend retreats and hosts high school students each year for their senior Kairos retreats. These are thousands of people that come each year for these events. I'm glad that NUI's residential plan will not have a negative long-term impact on these sacred events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is John Doyle. The speaker after that would be Thomas Padilla.
Doyle? Mr. Doyle's next, sir, and then you'll be following him.
Is he next?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mayor Gross, City Council members and commissioners. My name is John Doyle. I am a retired attorney and I've been a homeowner in Sierra Madre since 2009. For several years, I've been a member of the Sierra Madre Community Emergency Response Team. I am very invested in this community and would like to share my thoughts on the Meadows project. The Passionists have a legal right and a moral obligation to develop and monetize a portion of their land to fund the mounting needs of their elder members and to allow them to continue serving our community for years to come. Instead of seeking to maximize the return on their land investment by overdeveloping the land for a large institutional use or high-density housing, the Passionists took an approach which is much better for Sierra Madre in so many ways. 42 families will be able to live and thrive in our beautiful city. This will be good for local business, for our schools, and for our entire community. In contrast to suggestions that the project may degrade fire safety in the foothills, the Environmental Impact Report concludes otherwise. Quote, "The project, once developed, would not facilitate wildfire spread and would reduce projected flame lengths to levels that would be manageable by firefighting resources for protecting the site's structures, especially given the ignition resistance of the structures and the planned ongoing maintenance of the entire site landscape." In short, the independent wildfire experts concluded that the project will make a much better fire barrier for the surrounding homes than the current use. Another plus is water. The city's water supply will be protected through focused groundwater recharge of our aquifer, resulting in a net zero water impact. Add to this the fact that all the homes will be solar powered and all electric, thus minimizing carbon emissions. The project is collaborative and allows for the community to have a say and influence how the project should go forward. It would be most unfortunate if some government agency or some judge were to order a project that we have no say in, and that could happen if this is turned down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Thomas Padilla. After that would be Sally Shore.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing me. I wanted to address something real quick that I hadn't planned on addressing, and that's the water issue. A water efficient brand new house, the only thing in that house that's going to be water efficient is going to be the dishwasher, the washing machine, and maybe the toilet. To say that that savings offsets the amount of water that has to be bought is ridiculous. It just doesn't exist. Now, my main purpose this evening is I want to find out who is buying this property, because it's not New West. New West is a developer. That's all they are. They build houses, they sell them internally, which means no Sierra Madre realtor is ever going to see a listing in that complex. And that's how they make their money. Let's say it's $500,000 to build one of these houses, and that's a lot. It's going to sell for $2.5 million, no problem. That's a $2 million profit on each house, or $84 million on the complex. To give you an example of the property values, what you do when you buy Sierra Madre is you don't buy a home. Nobody comes here and buys a home. They come here to buy the area. It's the last area in this county that's unchanged. That's why I've been here since 1964, and I haven't seen any change, and that's really the way I'd like to keep it. I'd like not to see the last open land that we have go into a new housing development, because it's going to set a precedent. The next developer that wants to buy a half a dozen lots in the middle of Sierra Madre and put up a bunch of new houses, it's going to be very hard to deny that after you have allowed De La Rosa. Give me a second. When I originally moved here, bought my house, I paid $100,000 for it, for a 900 square foot house on a 13,000 square foot lot. It now comps at $1.3 million. These houses are for sure going to go nowhere below $2.5 million. Sierra Madre is the way it is because of the penny house, because of the little places up in the canyon, because of the adobe mansions, because of all the different things. Why do you think film companies shoot up here all the time? You start to change that, and you're going to drive that property value down. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Sally Shore, followed by Queenie Shore.
Before I start, I think Queenie Shore is going to pass on speaking tonight. So, yeah, she will not be speaking tonight. So, good evening, council, commissioners. My name is Sally Shore. Our family has lived in Sierra Madre since 1964. I live in Sierra Madre, and my family home is at 501 Crestvail Drive. We've been there since 1973, and we are directly south of the development. So I'm going to speak to some particular concerns as the southern bordering neighbors. First of all, it has to do with the somewhat revision of the park and the parking lot. The parking lot proposed will directly abut the property, not only my mother's property, but the homes on Sierra Keys, and we have been in dialogue with our neighbors about this. We're concerned that there won't be adequate setback, and we're also concerned about the easement onto our property lines, which do extend above the retaining walls at the end of the street. 42 parking spaces is pretty large, and we would like a little more transparency about the specific lot line changes that are being proposed. We are also concerned because Crestvail, which is a cul-de-sac, serves as a flood easement, and we don't know what precautions are being taken to maintain the flood draining and the flood mitigation that currently exists there. Finally, with all due respect to the fathers, and we've been neighbors for the fathers for many years. We used to go up to their tennis courts when we were kids. But in recent years, they have not been consistently the best of neighbors. Last year, there was a situation where they left dried tinder in the large open space, and it took quite unfortunately, an aggressive effort on the part of our family and our neighbors. During that, the facility managers of the Passionist Retreat told us, and I quote, "We can do whatever we want to do within our legal right." I really, really hope that the fathers and their agents in the city increases dialogue with the immediate neighbors of the area and takes a more cooperative approach to this development. My family's not necessarily against the development, but we want it to be within reason. And my mother, as the older fathers, her home is her serene space. It is her secret space, and it is her retirement, and we wish to protect that. One last recommendation I'm going to quickly make. I used to work for Latham & Watkins on EIRs. I was a paralegal in land use. One component that we always used to include was a contact with the developer for the immediate homeowners, so that during construction and through all processes, there was an immediate person for immediate neighbors to contact and have dialogue with. We thank you for your time, and we hope this goes forward, but in a way that's accommodating all neighbors and all Sierra Madre citizens.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Jim Foster, followed by Susan Newhausen.
That's good. Jim Foster, 259 Old Ranch Road. Good thing they didn't compare density to the canyon. What I'm going to talk about is appearances. I and the people that I've talked to in the canyon have no problem with someone building a home in Sierra Madre. But when you go to work on a house in Sierra Madre, it is difficult. One person on Old Ranch Road, a girl had wanted to raise the floor because of on one room, but she was not permitted to do that, because to do that she would have to open the walls and raise the roof, and if she did that she'd have to bring the whole cabin up to modern standards, and so the project was denied. She sold the house and moved away. When I wanted to buy a new house on Old Ranch Road, I wanted to modify it for a handicap. The city took the plans and gave the planning department, created all sorts of setback rules and all that, which didn't apply, making it more difficult. After 6 months, they finally approved the house as designed, but then hassled my contractor and myself over details that were ludicrous because the house was over-designed in the first place. But it took 6 months to get approval for modifications to a house for disability. And what I'm getting at is appearances. You make it very difficult to try to improve your house here in the city, but it appears that the City Council is bending over to accommodate a contractor from outside the city. And all I'm asking for is to be more open. Let us know what's going on, because it does, as I say, it looks really bad for all the people in the canyon who have tried to make improvements on their house and have had a difficult time doing it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Susan Newhausen, followed by Deb Sheridan.
Thank you. Thank you. I live at 491 Grove Street. You've already heard my name. So contrary to what's being written and said by people representing New Urban West, the tract housing development they're proposing is not building houses like those in the surrounding neighborhood and in Sierra Madre as a whole. The proposed project is overdevelopment of a sensitive hillside. It will be the largest current subdivision in Sierra Madre. 3 new roads will be built. 2 roads will be expanded at the cost of 101 mature trees, including protected species. Also, the hillside will be leveled, then rebuilt into tiers so that tract housing can be built easily instead of conforming to the natural hill slope. As planned, the project exceeds, and some might say ignores, the building code provisions in the Municipal Building Code Section 17.2 R1 for residential zoning. So I compared what was in the specific plan submitted by New Urban West to the Sierra Madre Municipal Building Code provisions. First, in the municipal code, the maximum permissible lot coverage is 40%. But in the New Urban specific plan, in Table 3.2, it lists a minimum of 50% coverage. Second, in the municipal code, the minimum setback from the street is 25 feet, but it's only 15 feet in the New Urban West specific plan. Third, the maximum allowable gross floor area is provided in the municipal code, which measures from the outside walls and includes the garage. In the specific plan, the developer presents net square footage, which excludes garages and the width of exterior walls. The gross square footage of the 42 proposed homes for a given lot exceed the Sierra Madre allowable gross square footage by approximately 40 to 60%. So this means they intend to build houses on average 40 to 60% bigger than the residents are allowed to build. The actual calculations are in the comments I sent to the city. This isn't fair. This project is being proposed under a specific plan, and the specific plan supersedes the general plan. That means the developer is basically running the show. They don't have to abide by any general plan requirements, such as this municipal code building requirements. We all have to abide by them. So they can build much more densely of a house on a lot than we can. So besides the project not fitting into the character of Sierra Madre, this specific plan allows for packing big houses close together in this area rated as an extremely high severity fire zone. That's crazy. Henry Leung, who's an architect who lives at 411 Sunnyside, couldn't be here and asked me to summarize what he wrote. So after seeing the planning application, it didn't include a neighborhood analysis. So he did one by creating a table of 50 houses within 300 feet of the Madre de la Rosa property. The average house square footage was 2,008 square feet with a median of 1,918 square feet. Only 10% of the total number of houses were two-story. So he had two questions for you all to ask New Urban West. One was the proposed 42 houses are significantly larger and up to twofold larger than the existing average or median houses. How does that fit in with their claim that they blend with the neighborhood? And secondly, he wanted to know what percentage of the 42 proposed houses are two-story. It's never been stated. And lastly, shame on New Urban West and the Passionists for spewing out misinformation and claiming that those of us who oppose this overdevelopment in a fragile hillside zone are anti-Catholic and are trying to prevent the retreat center from doing their mission. They're purposely trying to divide people on a false issue, and it's just not true about that.
Sue Hausen, your time is up.
I have one more sentence. This is all about overdevelopment and its consequences and the project not being in character with Sierra Madre. A better project is very possible. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Deb Sheridan, followed by Karen Rowinski.
Good afternoon, council members and planning commissioners. Deb Sheridan, Valley Vista Drive. I was on the General Plan Update Steering Committee and am concerned about the disregard of the general plan. After 5 years involving 100 residents and several town hall meetings, the update was passed in 2015. On February 2nd, 2010, our committee discussed how we needed to add sustainability to the general plan, possibly including a sustainability subcommittee, as Claremont did. We also discussed how to assure low density in our town to help with global warming, water drought, and pollution. We know that pollution is exacerbated by vehicles. This part of the San Gabriel Valley is one of the most polluted areas in the country due to the mountains trapping the air. The general plan encourages more walking and biking. How will this happen? By adding 600 car trips a day up side streets, Sunnyside, Carter, Lima, and Grove. The expert hired by New Urban West spoke before the Planning Commission on November 4th and came up with these statistics. As you have already heard, one time 300 to 400 trips per day were quoted, another time 600 trips per day. Thank you, Planning Commissioners, for your many questions to this paid expert. City Council, please ask the same questions because I don't believe these experts came up with adequate responses. I am requesting you to ask the following questions. 1, how realistic is a non-significant increase in traffic when your statistical comparisons are from much bigger towns with more traffic to begin with? 2, have you taken into account the fact that these are multi-million-dollar homes, which will mean more traffic from service industries, maid service, landscapers, FedEx, UPS, etc.? 3, we know about the new laws, SB 9 and 10, which will allow ADUs and JADUs once the homes are built. Have you taken into account this added traffic? At the Planning Commission meeting, that response was no from the expert. 4, if you are complying with the general plan, the constitution of the city, then how will you add bike lanes to already 2 narrow streets? How will you encourage walking? 5, how will you exacerbate the dust and pollution from work trucks and equipment during the projected 16 months of construction of these 42 very large homes? I have many more questions about the non-compliance to the general plan, but I am limited to 3 minutes. City Council and Planning Commission, please preserve Sierra Madre's rebuttal to the second final impact report, environmental impact report, and please also read the reports from the experts who were not paid by New Urban West. And I thank you very much. And I just about
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Karen Rowinski, followed by Carol Parker.
And I would like to ask, the last 2 speakers have gone over 3 minutes. I intend to enforce this from this moment on. We have a long meeting ahead of us. In the interest of everyone, we need to keep this meeting scheduled as scheduled. So please abide by that 3 minutes.
I signed the card as a citizen of Sierra Madre to help Deb if she went over her time. As she got everything she wanted to say in, I abdicate my time. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Carol Parker, followed by Jean Warlick.
Madam City Clerk, how many more cards do we have?
Mr. Mayor, we are currently on the 14th speaker of 28.
Okay, we're going to need to take a break pretty soon. I'd like to hear maybe a couple more, and then I think we'll take a break, and then we'll resume with public comments. So go ahead, Ms. Parker.
Okay. Good evening, commissioners and council members. My name is Carol Parker. I live in Sierra Madre. I've lived here all my life. I'm a native Californian. I'm requesting you to ask New Urban West how they can justify having a Arborist report that was so thoroughly lacking in details and an actual study. The arborist seems to only visit the site on one day and does not appear to have taken into account that the wildlife are actually there. They come out morning, noon, and night, dawn to dusk. What about the bats? The bats. Why is there no mention of the bats? What else are they leaving out? At the very least, this is sloppy work. You just exactly like you admitted the 6 timely emails, but included only 2 that arrived late. And I'd like to thank the Planning Commission Director, Mr. Gonzalez, for confirming that earlier. Thank you. I would also like to say that in ending this, or beginning to end this, I'd like to know how many of you are aware of what's going on in our world and how many people in the whole wide world are standing up for truth in the Ukraine. We need to do that here in Sierra Madre. We are as big can be because we are united. And my last closing comment is this. I fear greatly that the people who will buy the homes at the monastery are very wealthy. That's okay. There's a lot of wealth in Sierra Madre. I grew both poor people, wealthy people, middle income, but they will be secluded there. That will be them, and it will be us. They will have a different lifestyle. They will be different people, a lot of rich people living together. Is that wrong? No, it's not wrong in Beverly Hills because it was established that way. This hasn't been established as a town for everybody, but the rich get to live up there. I find that very insulting. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Jeannie Warlick.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jean Warlick. I'm the Development Director at Madre de la Rosa Retreat Center, and I have been on staff there for 16 years. However, not nearly as long as the Passionist community that live there and serve this community. The Passionist priests and brothers at Madre de la Rosa have been an active part of and serving the Sierra Madre community for 98 years. They also serve the parishioners at St. Rita's Church for 25. The retreatants who return year after year to attend the retreat have been driving through our gates since 1926, when the first retreat was held under the shade of a majestic Moreton Bay fig tree that is still on the grounds today and will continue to be on those grounds even if this development takes place. We are a Passionist family up on the hill that truly believe in our mission that welcomes all who wish to hear the message of the Passion of Jesus Christ through our traditions of preaching, hospitality, and compassion that take place through our weekend retreat ministry, our days of prayer, and other spiritual programs. Our food ministry that began at the outset of the COVID-19 pandemic helps alleviate critical food insecurities of vulnerable seniors, families, and those without a home, and allows us to feed the human spirit in a very practical way. It is our intention that these very important and special missions will continue well into the future. As we have all witnessed in the past 2.5 years, change in life is often difficult, but also inevitable. The development of the Meadows is certainly a great change, but also a necessity for the religious who make up the congregation of the Passion. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Alice Wichelo.
Okay, we'll have just the speaker, and then we'll take a break and resume public comment after the break.
Good evening. My name is Alice Wichelo. Members of the Planning Committee, the City Council. I live at 417 West Sierra Madre Boulevard. My concern is very much on the whole ecosystem up in Bailey Canyon. After the 101 mature trees, canopies, and 11 protected coastal oaks, which are nesting habitats, have been bulldozed, taken out along with all the wildlife's feeding ground for the California mountain lion, deer, coyotes, and bears and bats, which eat mosquitoes and moths. The solution is to build a public park in its place, serving as a backyard for the residents of the 42 homes. My question is, what's going to happen when the mountain lions, coyotes, and bears come back to the new park? What is going to happen when the children and the pets, we don't have a backyard, but let's go to the park. Come back to the new park, which was their feeding ground. How much more are we going to shove out the wildlife and shove them up into the mountains? As I'm saying, I have a real concern not only for the ecosystem, but for anybody who's going to be in that park, because the animals get hungry and they get thirsty. And when their habitat is taken away from them, they don't know it. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. So at 6:40, we'll take a 10-minute break and return at 6:50 and resume public comment at that time. Okay, if we could get quiet again in order here, we will resume with the public comment part of the agenda tonight. And we have Ms. Beckham up, and I believe you brought a short video clip with you. Close to the mic so we can hear you. Podium.
Hello? I'm back. James, if we could introduce everyone to the Townsend large-eared bat. Can you see, commissioners? Thank you. On that note, I'm Nancy Beckham, and I'm very happy to be here this evening. The Townsend large-eared bat is an endangered species that lives in the Madre de la Rosa meadow. Those 101 trees that you have heard me talk on and on about, that is the bat's habitat. But I'm not here to talk tonight about Nancy Beckham. I'm here to talk about the two endangered species that lives up in the meadows. One is this Townsend bat, who does so much good, it's not even funny. They eat moss and mosquitoes. And we all know without those bats, we'd have many more mosquito bites and lots of things flying around inside our homes. The mountain lion is the other endangered species. The mule-eared deer that live in the meadow is the mountain lion's favorite food. But these are both endangered species. And as a result, if you talk to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Special Agent, he will tell you, you can't touch the animal and you can't touch the environment. That's the law. It's both federal and state law. Now, we've lived with the mountain lions for quite some time, but I have to tell you the truth. I didn't know there were bats up there, but I now do. And there are 10 more species of bat that live up in the meadows and in Bailey Canyon. So it's not just in the meadow area, it's also in Bailey Canyon. A week ago, I was at the city council meeting, and I spoke about the other thing that people were considering, and that was the removal of the deodar pines in Bailey Canyon. That is where the owls live. You remove the owls, you're going to have a major rodent problem because the owls eat the rats and mice. So anytime you do something like this, you're talking about a major environmental upheaval. Nobody wants those kinds of things. So to be very short and to the point, you have a problem. You have 2 endangered species and probably more. And between now and the next time we meet, I'm going to keep digging until I can find out if there are more endangered species up there. So on that note, have a good evening.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Filippo Fanara, followed by Natalie Shore Peterson.
That's good. Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, City Council and Planning Commission, and all you folks out here as well. My name is Filippo Fanara, and I do not live in Sierra Madre. I live in Pasadena. My connection to Sierra Madre, besides driving through it and eating at your restaurants once in a while, is that I'm a retreatant at the retreat center, and I've been so for the last 25 years. In the last 6 years, I have joined the board of directors, and this year I'm the head of the board of directors. We take very, very seriously what we do to allow that center here to survive and to follow in the footsteps that have gone before us for the last 100 years. The fathers that live in Sierra Madre have been preaching Jesus crucified for the last 100 years to countless adults as well as children that are in our schools. And they continue to do that to this day. Our job as a board of directors is to ensure its survivability for the next 100 years. This project that you are contemplating, or the city's contemplating, I think will have, it's a 3-win as opposed to a win-win situation. It'll be a win-win-win. And the reason I say that, the first win is going to be by adding some new neighbors and some new blood into this community that you hold so dear. The second win is that as a city, it will help to meet the housing requirements that are needed in the state of California. That will take the load off of some of the cities that are also in the area. That is a requirement of the state. We live in a large metropolitan area that needs housing. Now, to fear new neighbors coming into town is, I think, something that you really need to inspect or to really think about. That it is something you should not fear, to have other people come into town. That is a very, very attractive town to be in. And by the way, there's not much in the way of housing in the city of Sierra Madre that you can pick up for less than $1 million. It just doesn't happen. My job is a commercial real estate agent, and I follow the trends of what's taking place in this area as well as Southern California. And this is one of the most pricey areas of Southern California. The third win is going to be that the fathers that will receive these funds will get to continue to take care of the men that have given their lives in service of others for the last 100 years. It will be used to take care of them into their old age and to when good God takes them. I support this project, and I support Madre de la Rosa and its ability to survive as well as to thrive for the next 100 years. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Natalie Shore Peterson, followed by Ann Chesterman.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Shore Peterson, and our family home is at 501 Crestvale Drive. It borders the southeast corner of the property we're talking about, as my sister mentioned. The development, as currently proposed, will negatively impact my mother's home, health, quality of life, and financial resources. These impacts are significant and not adequately mitigated in the FEIR. My family has lived in Sierra Madre since the 60s, and my parents bought and moved into 501 Crestvale in 1973. The house's quiet location and view of the mountains have always been its main features. My parents invested 47 years of their time and hard-earned money into this property. It is a critical resource for my mother's well-being and future. The proposed development impacts 501 Crestfield Drive more than any other property. My mother's home and land sit at the lowest elevation of the development. Her property includes and extends beyond the retaining wall behind which the developer intends to build the main sewer line and drainage egress, the proposed park, a public parking lot, and a children's playground. Not one person from the outset of this project has asked my parents whether they approve of a parking lot, public recreation area, or playground within feet of their home. No one has approached my parents detailing the construction required to dig drainage and install sewer lines for a 42-home development and the impact on the existing retaining wall and properties. And no one has asked my mother if noise, traffic, and trees are an acceptable replacement to her home's current panoramic mountain view. To protect my mother's asset and well-being and mitigate these significant impacts, we seek eliminate the park and parking spaces in the south border buffer zone. There is already an existing public park, Bailey Canyon, adjacent to the proposed development. The buffer zone can be maintained as a walkway with a setback so as not to encroach on the existing home's privacy. The area can be used as a beautiful walking or running path without adding noise, pollution, and additional traffic to the area that will be a nuisance to all. A survey of the existing retaining wall and an assessment of the existing property lines and conditions must be conducted at the developer's expense prior to any government actions, such as the EIR, zone changes, issuance of permits, and any other official acts that would advance the proposed development. Results of the survey must be provided to all homeowners along the retaining wall, and they must be given time to review and comment on the findings prior to any official action. Thirdly, the developer must establish a fund and other compensation for property damage, air quality impacts, and other problems resulting from the project. I'm almost done. Infrastructure will be needed if the property is developed, but the neighbors should not pay the price. Again, as proposed, this development impacts our mother's health, encroaches upon her quiet location and privacy, eliminates her view, and devalues her property, all without her consent or compensation or consideration.
Are you about
Please,
finished?
yes, I am. Please do what it takes to remedy the situation and ensure a fair and beneficial outcome for our mother and all others directly impacted by this proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Ann Chesterman, followed by Barbara Lee Klein.
Oh, thank you. Greetings, council members and Planning Commission. I will read the comments of Ed Miller, also of Sierra Madre. Hi. The purpose of this...
Could you get near the mic, please?
The purpose of this huge proposed development is to make upwards of $200 million for people that do not live in Sierra Madre. It comes at great expense to our city. It may generate between $1 to $2 million in fees for the city, a brief term, one-time only payoff for something that will have permanent impacts on this community. The payoff is the only reason I can see that this city council seems to be acting so much in favor of the development. And so blind to the developers' many misrepresentations, because this development offers no other benefits to this community, only costs and impacts. This huge development violates almost 24 critical policies in our city's general plan, which many of us spent 5 years developing. On top of that, the proposed development comes with a special plan that grants special policies that would create an elite special subdivision in our midst with special privileges. This goes against everything our general plan was created to do, and the spirit of community Sierra Madre is all about. After destroying 100 old-growth trees, there will be years of noise and dangerous large truck traffic through our neighborhood streets, also diminishing the feasibility of retreat activities. Once the permits are paid and the houses are built, our water supply will be forever changed. Traffic will forever increase by between 100 and 400 trips a day on neighborhood streets, increasing noise and et cetera. I'm going to try and quicken it up here. Parking downtown will be even more difficult, and our city fire, police, sewer, street cleaning, road repair, and emergency services will be extended to support 42 new homes. This proposed development is a huge money-making scheme for people far away that possess a permanent danger, that pose
Back to the mic, please, Ann.
that pose a permanent danger to our community. The City Council should strike it down. We are asking the monastery property to join the rest of the properties lining the north border by zoning of it as hillside-specific plan. Proper budgeting is how you pay bills. The next time there are bills to pay and no land to sell, what do you do then? Honoring God's blessed open space is what retreats do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Barbara Lee Klein, followed by Christina Dreyer.
Hi, Barbara Lee Klein. I too was on the general steering planning.
A little closer to the mic, Ms. Klein.
I too was on the general steering planning committee, and I just handed over some sections of the general plan that might want to be revisited. Gave a copy to the attorney, to the passionate fathers, and to some of the guys on the planning commission. I won't go into that. I'll let you guys work the details out. Anyway, I am for the building going on at the monastery. I've also been born and raised here in Sierra Madre, raised all my life. A lot of valid points, so I'm not going to go into what's being discussed. Add the golden eagles to your list of endangered animals, and bat houses would be nice to put up around the monastery. I would question why they're going to have to continue paying for the park that they're going to be building when the park down on the sunny side, close to Orange Grove, I think is still being paid for by the city. So I'm not sure apples and oranges, what's fair for one, what's not fair for another, not my business. That's your job. Same thing, all electric. I would just remind us when we all ran out of energy here and we only had one generator that ran downtown. So I'd like to see another type of energy going into the housing. I think they're being very generous with what they're going to be giving back to the city. Because it's private property. Number one, it's private property. End of story, private property. I should have started out with that. So for property rights, all of you guys that owns property is private property. As far as parking, I'm sure that will be talked about. It brings me back to the Atherton downtown. I think they were missing 15, 18 parking spaces, and it doesn't seem to be causing too much of an issue. So I'm throwing a lot at you, and I'm throwing kind of gibberish, but I know that you guys are up there can sort it all out because you know what I'm talking about. But I just wanted to be in support of the monastery. Grew up there riding my horses up there. So I'm not going to continue on with what I'm talking about, but thank you for all the hard work you're doing and all the hard work that's going to be going forward. But I think this will be a win-win for Sierra Madre and a win for the Franciscan fathers. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Christina Dreyer, followed by Scott Oliver.
Good evening. My name's Christina Dreyer. I live on Park Vista, which is the western edge of the monastery, and I've lived there for 19 years. And I find that the deer roam freely up and down my street, except when they come into my backyard to eat my roses. So the monastery's been a good neighbor to me since They've been there since 1929. They allow use of neighbors for their property. I don't know how many people would allow people to walk their dogs in their backyard and roam their land without any questions. They provided meals for the homeless and for the elderly and for the needy. They also provided jobs for the people in Sierra Madre. So I find them as a good neighbor. Thank goodness that we in this country have private property rights. They have the right to sell their property. They have the right to remodel their kitchen. They have the right to have a good retirement and provide for them just like any one of us does. Seems like the people who object are basically saying, not in my backyard. It's fine to say those are rich people, they're going to be up on the hill, but I think people realize when the project goes in that their property values will increase as a result, not decrease. New homes will increase other people's values. 42 homes will not change a small town or the character that everybody loves in Sierra Madre. There's a housing shortage in California. Even Governor Newsom admitted that everyone should have ADUs. There's a 3.5 million housing shortage in California. People are leaving the state because there's nothing to buy. I have a listing on Carter Avenue. I'm a local realtor who's worked in the area for 32 years. And the open house that I had on Carter last weekend had 225 people come through the open house who wanted to buy it. There were 43 offers, 43 people who wanted to live in Sierra Madre and couldn't. So building the housing project will only increase the city's tax basis. It'll provide less pollution than a school having their parking cars on the streets, as you'll see on Alverno, on Michelinda. Parents lined up for hours waiting for their kids. That increases pollution. There's a 3-acre park that the city will get that won't have to maintain. I see that as an added benefit. And the homes will be solar powered with very little pollution emissions. So it's a responsible plan. I think the city should seriously consider it and adapt it. The architectural is interesting, and it's a good balance for the city and for the Passionists. I really support this plan. I hope the city makes the right decision. Thank you.
You.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Scott Oliver, followed by Stephen Bishop.
Okay, Boomer. Been trying to use that one for a while. Anyway, my name's Scott Oliver, 144 West Carter. I had the good fortune to build my own home on Carter. I lived in a trailer with my family. We built it in 1998. I went through the process. I complied with all the building codes. Everything was great. As you know, if you want to vary from the building process, you have to get approval from the city, the planning commissions, et cetera, et cetera. That's why we're here. What I don't understand, and simple comparative value, if you went to San Francisco with all the row housing, and you said, hey, listen, they were built after the earthquake, we needed small housing, that's what's there. And developers like New Urban West said, well, let's tear them all out. We can sell those 3-4 acre lots with beautiful, majestic homes looking over San Francisco Bay for 20, 30 million. Well, they just wouldn't do it. And a project like this, where you're putting row houses, tract homes, in an area similar to West Los Angeles area, Bel Air, Brentwood, Beverly Hills, of course, they would never allow that. It doesn't go with the area. So my question, what I'm trying to get to the bottom of is, how did we get to such an obnoxious project? I've seen the pictures. We've seen what's coming. My question is to the monastery, to the priests, to the people in those backdoor meetings when they met with New Urban West is there had to be, well, you can do this and you'll make this much money, or you can do this and you'll make this much money. But as we can see, they chose this project. So my question, I'm trying to get to that, is what is the difference between what would be acceptable aesthetically Because, you know, you could put, just like North Auburn, just like the rest of North Sierra Madre, you could put majestic McMansions, what have you. You could put them there. They would sell for a very good price. It would go with the area. It wouldn't affect the ambience of the city. Once again, it goes with the area. It has continuity. This is an eyesore. It's row housing, tract homes, in front of a monastery, to the point where 50 years from now, people will all look back and say, how did that happen? Because you know why? Because it only can happen in a small city with a small city council, a small, I don't know the words for it, inability to defend themselves from big business. Because I hate to tell you, as an ex-Catholic, the Catholic Church is a very big business. This isn't about God, it's about money. So what's the difference in the price between what's acceptable
Mr. Oliver, your time
and
has
what
expired.
they're trying to put on us? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Stephen Bishop, followed by Lynn Coleman.
Good evening. Excuse me. I'm telling right up front that I am in support of a proposed housing development called the Meadows at Bailey Canyon, which is located at the Madre de la Rosa Passionist Retreat Center owned by the Passionists. Religious retreat have been held on the premises since 1926, and various ecumenical groups and recovery programs also come to Madre de la Rosa. The Madre de la Rosa staff also operates a food ministry, preparing, packaging, and developing over 1,400 meals to people in Sierra Madre and neighboring communities. Funds generated by the Meadows at Bailey Canyon Housing Project will be used for care of its senior priests, brothers, and who have an average age of 77. The decision of hire a firm to develop 42 beautiful homes on their grounds, it seems a wise decision. This is a private property, and the Passionists of the Holy Cross have all rights to sell portion of their property in order to plan their future retirements. The proposed project will provide much-needed residence in order to shorten the housing crisis in the state of California facing now. Our support of this project is critically needed, and I'm looking to the leadership of the city of Sierra Madre to help correct the current imbalance of housing. I have friends who are looking for homes in Sierra Madre and cannot find a house to buy. In September, Governor Newsom signed the California Comeback Plan, which invests an unprecedented $22 billion in housing, which will lead to a creation of over 84,000 new affordable homes in California. This plan makes the most significant investment in the housing in California's history, with $10.3 billion proposed for housing. I urge the city board to consider the advantage of this upscale housing for the benefit of the community as the whole. First, Meadows at Bailey Canyon project is situated close to the public transportation and the city's amenities, so that its residents' vehicles will be based to the close to the public transportation, and the city amenities that residents' vehicles will be less likely to.
Your time has expired, sir.
Just a second.
Could you wrap it up?
Sure. So, secondly, in my humble opinion, the idea of building good quality homes is better than having either a school or some other institutional buildings in which on monastery property.
You're going to have to finish with that, sir.
Thank
Can we
you.
get the next speaker?
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Lynn Coleman, followed by Alex Arrieta.
Okay. Well, a little higher, sorry. Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members, and Planning Commission members. I've been a resident of Sierra Madre for 25 years, and for many of them, I used to visit the monastery grounds daily walking my dogs. I enjoyed the beauty and the tranquility of the property and was always appreciative of the time I spent there. During that time, I spoke to many of the retreat center guests. They also recognized its beauty and solitude. They were amazed to see deer grazing in the meadow and lying under the trees on a hot day like it was today. They spoke of the hawks circling overhead and owls hooting in the trees. Many of them were from cities and had never seen anything like this. They knew it as a special and unique place, almost magical, filled with nature's beauty, a perfect place to restore the soul and reconnect with God and nature. I always knew it as the monastery, as many of you do, and I still continue to mistakenly call it the monastery, even though I found out it's been gone for over 30 years. Now I hear about the Meadows, and I hear about a retreat center, so I'm a little curious about the monastery. I found out that in 1991, the monastery building, which sat north of the retreat center, was badly damaged in an earthquake. It was not rebuilt, but it was demolished in 1992, leaving the retreat center as the main building on the property. The Madre de la Rosa Retreat Center and the property are owned by the Passionists of Chicago. They are one of many Passionist groups selling off land, retreat centers, and monastery property throughout the country. Unfortunately, it's not a growing industry. Young men and young women are not interested in pursuing this way of life, and there are not enough of them to support the aging fathers, whose average age is 78. Retreat centers, summer retreat camps, and Passionist headquarters in Massachusetts, Missouri, Kansas, Kentucky, Chicago, Cincinnati, all over the country have suffered the heartbreaking decision to close and sell due to the declining number of new priests coming into the order and the costs of caring for an older population of clergy, according to Father George, a Passionist based in New York. The Passionist Holy Cross province has only 4 operating retreat centers in the United States, including our own Madre de la Rosa. Throughout the country, Passionist retreat centers and monasteries have closed their doors, been torn down, or sold for other purposes. It seems that the writing is on the wall. Retreat centers don't have much of a future, and it would be foolhardy to believe that Madre de la Rosa will be around for another 100 years. It is far more likely that the retreat center on 23 acres will be put up for sale. It is far more likely that the specific plan proposed by New Urban West, if approved, will pave the way and set the precedent for another high-density development with another specific plan to be built on the rest of the property. Sadly, I learned there's no monastery in Sierra Madre, and if the housing development is allowed to proceed, there'll be no meadow either. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Alex Arrieta, followed by Elaine McPherson.
Good evening, Alex Arrieta. The city's general plan states clearly that we do not develop in high fire severity zones. Calling it a specific plan to bypass those rules doesn't change that fact, especially when the property in question is the only large parcel in the area not protected by the building limitations of open space or hillside zoning. If you think that fire-safe housing will solve this problem, think again. Take a look at what's happened at similar sites where similar housing projects were carried out, like the 9-home subdivision project on Ondora Lane in the foothills above Ventura. That was also in a very high fire zone, and that burned down in a Thomas fire in 2017. The Thomas fire burned down over 500 homes, killed 2 people, and gave rise to a massive mud flow that resulted in at least 21 deaths. Being brand new houses on Ondora Lane were likely some of the most fire resistant in Ventura, with fire resistant roofs and siding, fire mesh screens on attic vents to keep embers out, decks and patios made of non-flammable material, and heat-resistant windows. They were surrounded by dozens of other homes, and most importantly, they met the state's building codes for areas at heightened risk of wildfires. Does that sound familiar? But even those were destroyed. Part of the problem on Andorra Lane was the narrow valley that it sits in, which acted as a wind tunnel, funneling embers towards the houses. Similarly, the monastery sits at the foot of Bailey Canyon, which will also act as a wind tunnel during future wildfires, especially when you consider the area's intense Santa Ana winds and the fact that the area hasn't burned recently. Building with modern fire-resistant materials, clearing 100 feet or more of brush from your house, those things can help. But if you put your house in a fire-prone place, they're just Band-Aids. What's concerning is that this project is being given serious consideration, despite the fact that in 2019 to 2021, close to 20,000 homes in fire risk areas were destroyed by wildfire, made from the same materials that New Urban West will be using. So the question is, why does New Urban West believe that they are so skilled at building homes with the same fire-resistant materials that have been burning over the last 2 years? And how do they propose to do this while maintaining the safety of current residents, while also having no access for helicopters, because the staging place for helicopters will be gone? And don't just think it's going to be these 42 homes. We're talking about ADUs with the recent legislation that's passed. 42 homes can quickly double to 80 or 90 homes. So that's really what we're talking about here. And in terms of the argument about private property, that is true, that is valid. But like every other private property owner in Sierra Madre, you need to abide by the general plan and existing zoning ordinances. Why are they privileged to do otherwise? They should not be. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Elaine McPherson, followed by Claire Mclean.
Hi. Gosh, I agree that last statement about zoning laws and private property. We know the money that is going to be generated from this sale is not going to stay in Sierra Madre. None of it is going to stay in Sierra Madre. Maybe a small portion for the few fathers that are still here, but the few fathers that are still here are not going to want to live in that retreat building. They're going to want to live somewhere else, I have a feeling. So the money's all going to Chicago, and we know why. The Catholic Church needs a lot of money. We won't go into it, but they need a lot of money. And of course, the fact that so many young people are not interested in becoming religious, in religious occupations these days, that's another problem. Okay, another thing. Oh, I've got $1 million, $910,000. I want to buy an asset. This asset is not available for sale. There ain't any to buy. So, but I still have this $910,000, but I want to buy this asset. Water. Well, gosh, it seems to me like we have run out of it and people can't buy it because there isn't any more. It's overcommitted. The water is already overcommitted everywhere. Okay, I've been in this area for 27 years. Love it. Loved it before I moved here, was in the, and born just next door, in that lovely town next door where we have the parade. And I was so thrilled to be able to come here 27 years ago. Granted, I know I couldn't do it now, but just because our parents did something and we did something, does that mean our children get to do it too? Things do change. And attitudes change. The millennials are not as interested in buying houses. It's the retirees that have some money, or the upper middle class that have some money that want these houses, that will be buying these houses. It's not the youngsters that'll be able to buy these houses unless their parents give them the money. So, oh, and another thing, my house is going to be rattled to death by cars going up and down Sunnyside. I have the first driveway We live in the first northern driveway on Sunnyside, and it's hard enough getting out now without getting killed. And at one time I had to make a choice. Either I was going to get creamed on this side, on the driver's side, or I was going to kill the neighbor's redbud tree across. I had seconds to decide. That redbud tree is dead, but it's been replaced. Another thing about trees, you cannot replace oak trees once you cut them down. No, 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 no. Mature trees.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Claire Mclean, followed by Robert Jurdy.
My name is Claire Mclean. I live at 40 West Sierra Madre Boulevard, right next to the library. I moved here this summer and chose Sierra Madre because I moved from Northern California, a little mountain town called Truckee, California, on Lake Tahoe. We fought many battles of big development, many battles. And I used to work for the Sierra Club, so of course, environmentally, I can't even imagine that this has gotten this far. And I was so appreciative of finding this little town. My son and his wife are in Pasadena, right by Victory Park, so I'm taking care of a grandbaby, and I was so delighted. And then I learned about what was happening, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's happening here too. Why is it happening to places where environmentally it is so incredible? I cannot understand it. Why? Everybody wants to live here, I understand that. But there is a housing shortage in California, and who are you addressing? It's the same people that they were addressing in Tahoe. The rich, the rich, the rich. It became all about greed. And I gotta tell you, the people stood up. The people that were living there for the right reasons stood up and stopped practically every development, and they're still working on it for the right reasons. I looked at this town and I thought, this is a sweet town. It isn't about money. There are certain places I would not live. But tonight, walking in, I'm greeted by the police, the fire departments out there, the people I'm getting to know. How many of you are teachers or work in education? I did. Are you marketing to these people the backbone of Sierra Madre? I don't think so. Are you marketing to the people that work in your restaurants and that are crossing guards and teach in these schools and take care of this city? I don't think so. I think you're marketing, this development is marketing to greed and not to need. And that is a big difference. And I hope you're understanding what you're doing. Greed should not win, not in today's world. It should not be about greed. It should be about need. And we do need more housing. But think about it. Who do we need housing for? Do you know what's happened in Truckee? All the people can't live there anymore because they can't afford to live there. The teachers have moved down to Reno. The police have to live in another place. The fire department people, the teachers. And it's very, very sad, and I would hate to see that happen here. So just really take that home and think about, is this really about greed or is it about need? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Robert Jurdy, followed by Allison Snow.
Okay, I have 10 seconds per topic. Robert Jurdy, I live in the Canyon. The first regarding the Conservancy, the first map you showed, it said 35 acres, it had a green outlined area. That also included 10 acres below the property, the 20 acres that the monastery owns and the 17 acres. I would like to see that section also put in a Conservancy, so it'd be a total of 45 acres. I'd also like to see the 20 acres and the 17 acres in unincorporated Los Angeles County be transferred to the city in the city's name, because one of the objectives of the general plan is for the city to acquire hillside properties and to build a corridor across the top of the mountains to help protect the mountains. As far as the helicopter staging, the Fiesta area is still going to stay there. There's enough room to land 2 helicopters there. On density, They're getting higher density because they're giving a park, they're putting this property in the conservancy. The property in the conservancy actually protects the mountains from the city, because the city can change the zoning, but the conservancy, the city, it protects it from the city making changes to it. So it's not just to stop building, it's to protect it from the city. That's why the Sierra Madre Mountain Conservancy has spent millions of dollars buying properties north of the city to protect them. On the zoning, there's the initiative out there. I think it's drastic down zoning. There's a difference between hillside and slope. All of Sierra Madre is on a slope. Not all of Sierra Madre is in a hillside. The development area is not in a hillside. It's a slope. Just like the neighbors to the side, and I'm sure, or the neighbors to the west, I'm sure they don't want to be put in the in a hillside zone. The traffic, it's 800 cars a day if you squeeze it into a 12-hour period. That's 1 car per minute. You can't stop a project because you don't want 1 car per minute going down your street, on average. The canyon couldn't be built today under the general plan. But that doesn't mean that it's not a valuable area. This project can be of value to the city, even if it's not like the rest of the city. We have an eclectic city. I think getting the park in the conservancy is a good thing. The project, they're going to be adding 300 to 400 trees. If you want more oak trees, if the 1-to-1 isn't enough, the replacement ratio, then ask for 100 oak trees, 10-to-1. I mean, you can ask for whatever you want. On the water, I prefer option B, which is to repair leaks, because we're all paying for the leaks that are leaking out. If people have a big lawn, you know, that's their expense. I'd prefer to see us pay to repair leaks in the city's water system. Okay, I guess that's all I get. Thanks.
Mr. Grigg.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Ellison Snow, followed by Matt Blaine.
Good evening. There are several disturbing issues I would related to the housing development that I would talk to, but tonight I'd like to speak on behalf of the protection of Bailey Canyon Wilderness Park itself, as it is the nearest neighbor to be affected by the development and cannot speak for itself. From an article appearing in a local newspaper on February 9th, 1961, when Mr. Paul Carter offered to the city of Sierra Madre the purchase of 3.2 acres of his private holdings in Bailey Canyon, Mr. Carter stated then, the natural beauty of the land being offered should be preserved for future generations since there are not many similar spots left. I understand the development will not will not be built into the canyon, but the lower flat area of the park is specifically what I'm speaking of. And he was very adamant to make that clear that that was to be a park for the citizens of Sierra Madre. After much community involvement and planning, and that continues to this day, native planting and trail building by community volunteers began in 1966, and Bailey Canyon Park was dedicated a wilderness park on June 11th, 1967. To this day, this dedicated wilderness area, side by side with the Mater Dolorosa Monastery grounds, still provides one of the most tranquil and beautiful natural areas remaining in an area of 10+ cities and a dense population now of hundreds of thousands of residents. To ignore the importance of this native natural open space and to assume its serenity will not be highly affected by the proposed housing development is to be living in denial or with a complete lack of concern. Not only during the long construction project period, once built out with the special dispensations requested by the new Urban West specific plan of larger houses on smaller lots and less street setbacks than imposed on regular R1 single-family home zoning, the community of 42 new homes will inevitably generate a steady flow of familiar but concentrated urban noise, leaf blowers, traffic, barking dogs, parties, outdoor recreational noise, and the essential but noisy municipal service vehicles, all while being immediately adjacent to a highly frequented yet very serene wilderness park. As noise pollution abounds and accessible open spaces dwindle before our eyes, it is essential that Sierra Madre residents and our elected commissioners recognize again, almost to the day, 61 years later, the remarkable asset that is Bailey Canyon Wilderness Park, and assume with commitment the dignified role of stewards. In this role, it would be a priority to preserve the serenity and health of the area and not encroach on the dedicated park grounds, felling over 16 mature trees, removing
Ms. Snow, your
vegetation,
time has expired.
and altering public access and parking to construct an otherwise unnecessary two-lane street and sidewalk on the west end of Carter Avenue for the sole benefit of this disputed housing development. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Matt Blaine, followed by Scott Hook.
Hello, Matt Blaine, 285 West Grandview. I just want to start with, I'm grateful for all of you here, because without all of us coming together, we don't have the city, right? It's not easy, but it takes all of us to come together to try to find a place where we can resolve issues in a sensible way. And that is what our city does in the end, so I'm thankful for that. I had just 2 points. The first point was, being a resident in the city for 23 years, I had a great time with my kids. Bailey Canyon and the retreat center, all the things I'm hearing about, the wonderful experience of different wildlife and other things that I experienced on the property. But in reflection, what I realized is that I was a guest. I was a guest on someone's private property, and I'm grateful for that. I had a great experience. I can't take that away, and that was great. And I believe that there's a sensibility to what's happening that can still retain that. And I can still see those experiences happening for me. That relates to walking the Bailey Canyon or walking through the park, where before I used to walk through the retreat center. That was my first point. The second point, I'm an architect, and I've done this for about 30 years. And I've seen lots of development. Development isn't all just for the good of just the community. It is so that it is sensible, so that it can be viable project, which relates to a monetary investment. But I do believe that if you look at the land use in this area, this is the least impactful and most consistent with the neighborhood, adjacent neighborhoods that you have around the area. It is not much different than all of our neighborhoods around there. Yes, there's a little bit of this and that when we talk about density, but in general, it's going to look the same as it is now. And I believe the other uses that could be used for would give us more trips and be more impactful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Scott Hook, followed by David Hughes.
Hi, Scott Hood, Fairview. Let's see. First of all, the bat video should have been enough to cover everything, but I'll do some comments anyway. In the EIR on traffic, it's really hard to understand the EIR in a lot of parts. But one of the things, for example, was trying to find the traffic level between Sunnyside and Michelinda on Fairview, because that's going to be the main exit and entrance for that property during construction and when people are living there. So I just couldn't find it. I hit Control F and searched for the word Fairview, and I just didn't see it. So maybe someone could point that out at some point. In the area on fire, it seems to me that it passes the responsibility for the fire prevention to the city and doesn't really sincerely address the fire risk. I went to the California State Marshal map, and it seems to show, maybe I'm wrong, but the property is in the same density or fire severity area as Paradise, and that's going to be something heavy for you guys to deal with. Water, there's a severe shortage, that's no secret here. But and then putting money into a reserve for the water doesn't make water appear. It doesn't matter how much. It's definitely not enough to pay for the water that'll be needed there. But it really wouldn't matter how much money. It's just not going to make water appear. There's been a bunch of laws passed regarding residential housing over the last year or more. And so if you change the zoning to residential, you lose a lot of the power to control the future of the city. So I think, that alone should stop some things. There's an irony too. This property is valuable because people have fought to preserve the city. So, there's been so many chances where people could ruin the city. And more density is totally correlated with lower prices of housing. So you will be, in the future, lowering the value of all the houses, the more you densify the city. I don't think that's a word. Let's see. The financial impact, I'd like to see more on that. I think in the short term, definitely all the development fees, the initial property taxes, utility fees will come in. But then in the future, because of the increased density, there'll be a decrease in the finances because a lot of support to help fix the city, to maintain that. I'm about out of time. Basically the people on the balance of the city don't want this development as it is. It's overly dense. It's not meeting the plans of the city. At least come back with something that does meet the planning of the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is David Hughes.
Better. Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is David Hughes. I live on Edgeview Drive, which is along the western edge of the development. Reading through the EIR, I think there's a couple of areas that I think merit a little additional study. Unsurprisingly, traffic is one of those items. I don't know who wrote the traffic report, but I can guarantee that person has never driven at 7:30 in the morning trying to get their kids to school on Grandview. Using a cookie cutter approach to a traffic study for Grandview is inadequate. That street is narrower than it was ever, and that street was never designed to handle the traffic that it does currently. All it takes is one extra wide pickup truck parked on the street, snarl traffic back quite a bit. So I think the traffic study should be revised to not look at average daily trips, but how many extra cars are we talking about on some of these streets during those peak hours, especially in the morning. Grandview and that intersection of Sierra Madre Boulevard and Michelinda are especially impacted if you ever try to navigate those early in the morning. Secondly, the EIR makes a very brief reference to an underground storage tank that was removed back in the 90s. And also made a very brief comment about benzene in the soil, as well as a number of other carcinogenic chemicals there. Made the comment to the EIR preparers during the response comment period, and their response to that comment was the site will be watered twice a day during grading, as if that's supposed to make me feel better that there's benzene in the soil. I can tell you that there has yet to be a grading project anywhere that does not create dust. So I think that is something that I'd like to know more about soil contamination, and I think any contaminated soil should be excavated and hauled off-site and not incorporated as part of the on-site soil. As part of the traffic and soil issues, I'm not aware of what the city's development codes are for construction, but since the site is surrounded by development on all sides almost, I'd like to see grading operations and construction hours restricted to when people are generally not at home, perhaps 9 to 3, 9 to 4, when kids are not going to be impacted as much from some of the air quality issues that have come from all the construction activity. And from the traffic standpoint, I know we're going to have a number of construction workers coming onto the site. I'd like to see that traffic restricted to when that is off-peak hours so that we don't have additional impacts on Grandview of having a bunch of workers coming on site to do their job for that day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that was the final speaker card received. There are no more speaker cards.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Okay, so thank you all for your contributions. At this point, we're going to, the council and the commission will engage in questioning of staff and the applicant, whatever the case might need, about anything that we saw in the final EIR and taking into account questions fielded from the audience tonight. And the way we'd like to do this, we have this broken down in 7 general issues: traffic and circulation, wildlife protection, water supply, the Arborist Report, land use, alternative projects, development agreement. So as we go, we're going to do one issue at a time. First, we'll allow the council to ask questions for no more than about 15 minutes. Then we'll allow the commission to ask questions for no more than about 15 minutes. Keep it to about 30 minutes per issue and move on. Hopefully, we can do this in less than 30 minutes per issue, but that's what we're allowing. So I'd like to ask my council colleagues if they'd like to engage in questioning.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Parkhurst.
Before we go into questions, can I
Get
just
your
ask?
mic on?
Maybe I just need to eat it. Okay. Can I ask that at the end, if we can have kind of a general category, if we've got time to go through? Because there's some of the stuff that I think may fall out of those, I think,
Sure,
7 categories.
that makes good sense.
Thank you.
Who wants to go first? Traffic and circulation.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Erisman.
I think traffic came up quite a bit today in public comment, and I don't know, I know MIG may not here. But if someone can address the traffic question in terms of VMT, different sources of traffic. I know I heard also not just about average traffic in a day, but peak hours, which I don't think was addressed. But if someone can address that general area of traffic, that'd be helpful for not just council and planning commission, but also for those in the audience.
When we ask these questions, we need to be specific about who we want to direct them to. But did you ask for both the applicant and staff?
I'm just asking whoever can answer it. I'm not sure who that would be directed to.
And I was going to ask the traffic consultant if they could respond to that.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So the state of California, well, first of all, Steve Brown with Fair and Peers, and I've been doing transportation studies, and I'm a licensed traffic engineer in California. I've been doing this kind of work for 30 years, mostly for cities. The state of California changed the rules of how EIRs are done. They changed those rules several years ago to where traffic congestion is no longer a measurement that is allowed within the environmental studies that are prepared. It was specifically excluded. And so the traffic congestion analysis that was done was not part of the CEQA process, it was separate. So you asked about VMT. The CEQA analysis addresses vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, and that's the state's new criteria for traffic impacts in the CEQA context. And there's a sophisticated computer model that looks at where this project sits in context to the rest of the region and how drivers behave in this part of the region. And in short, the conclusion was that the vehicle miles traveled for this project as it sits in this location would be less than the standard the state set, less meaning in a good way, that it would not be impactful. So there would be no impact from vehicle miles traveled. When it comes to trips per day and trips in the peak hour, those were both studied and presented. So in the peak hour, this project, the combination of the park and the residential, on a typical weekday, we would expect a total of about 35 trips in the morning peak hour on a weekday and 46 trips in the PM on a weekday, AM peak hour, PM peak hour. And when we say trips, that doesn't mean 30, in the case of AM, it doesn't mean 35 round trips, it means a total of 35 trips, a combination of going out and coming back. So it could be 18 leaving and 17 coming back for a total of 35 in the AM peak hour. And on a weekend, the numbers are slightly higher, 49 in the AM peak hour and 49 in the PM peak hour, combination of park and residential. The daily, so the peak hour numbers are used to look at congestion at intersections, and we studied intersections in the area and assessed the degree of change that would occur in the peak hour. The daily numbers which were presented are used as an informational item just to give a sense of scale. And so on a daily basis, on a weekday, the project would generate approximately 436 daily trips. So again, that's 218 out and 218 back for 436, and then 491 on a typical weekend for daily numbers.
I was just going to note that that was helpful, but to hear that California no longer allows for this to be used as part of the EIR, I think is an important piece of information for everyone.
Yes, Councilmember Creeps.
I think this is probably best addressed to the applicant, but I'm wondering about the movement of Carter and who bears the cost of that, and if we could get an update on status of discussion with the county. And then my understanding is that currently there's no agreement in place that would require the city to provide the access to the parcel that the city owns on Carter. Is that correct?
So I think I can address the first portion of that question, Councilmember Creed. So we've had a number of discussions with the county preliminarily about acquiring right-of-way in order to make the improvement. Who bears that cost? We would. 100% of that cost would be borne by us in widening both those travel lanes as well as adding the sidewalk.
Councilmember Creeves, that's correct. There is no agreement in place currently for the expansion of Carter.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So this question is probably for the applicant. Scott Hood and David Hughes brought up a couple important points, not regarding the daily circulation, but more around the construction. Obviously, anything that's going to be constructed, may it be 8 homes that are huge, 42 homes, or an institutional use, there's going to be some kind of impact of traffic regarding construction. So my question is there any way there can be some type of abatement so not every single truck rolls down Fairview or Grandview or all of Sunnyside, some kind of plan put in place that we can lessen the blow on any specific street that is adjacent to the construction site?
Yes, Councilmember Garcia, the short answer is yes, and that prior to any construction activities, we'll be required to submit a traffic control plan to the city. And so traffic control is a big part of getting under construction. And so that will consider the items that you just mentioned, looking at how to minimize impacts. Of course, the city also has ordinances with respect to the time of day that construction occur, and will be required to comply with those as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council?
I have one for the applicant.
Councilmember Parkhurst.
Yeah, and I think this is for the traffic engineer. I'm just curious, is in the analysis, did you include any updates to the Alverno master plan and the increase in potential traffic to that development, to that parcel?
In doing the non-CEQA traffic study, we used the information from SCAGs, Southern California Association of Governments, about projected growth over a longer-term horizon. So we looked out, in this case, I believe we looked out to 20 years to see, what level of change would occur. And according to their model, the level of traffic change in this area from new development is nominal to the point where it's statistically we're not able to incorporate it. So we didn't look at that specific project, but the overall theme is that the amount of traffic change from development in this area is not going to expected to be consequential.
Follow that up. I'd like to follow that up. The last gentleman that spoke talked about the unique circumstances that are present on Grandview in the morning, and I've experienced those myself. How does that figure into your calculations?
Well, we don't look at every street in the city in doing an analysis, and we look at the primary routes that we would expect a project generating traffic to take. And Grandview was not one of those. Not to say that there wouldn't be some trips that would go there probably would be, but it wasn't one of the primary routes, and therefore we didn't quantify the change there.
So your assumption is that traffic coming down Sunnyside would peel off on Fairview rather than going down to Grandview?
There are multiple places it would go, Fairview being one of them, but some will continue further.
Okay, in Lima,
So-
they peel off going, I'm not following. Where would the traffic bleed off to if it's not going to Green?
Well, it's a grid system of streets, so there are many choices. And travelers from this project might be going west, east, north, south. They're going to have destinations all over. So we use a computer model to project where those destinations will be, and we look at the primary routes, and Grandview was not one of the primary ones.
So we have no reason to believe then that Grandview would be impacted any more than any of the other streets?
Correct. It might receive some trips, but not at a level that we would expect to be impactful. We found no impacts anywhere from using the city standards for this. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to see if we have questions from our Planning Commission tonight on this particular issue. I think we'll go with Vice Chair Dennison first.
In looking at the EIR.
Is your mic on?
So. You want me to test it? Is that better? So in section 3.3.12 of the EIR, titled Offsite Improvement, it seems to imply that the expansion of Carter is a done deal. So I guess I'm confused after hearing that there's no agreement with the city to acquire that land, and there's no conversations finalized with the county to get that land, as to how that's included in the EIR.
So, Commissioner, at this time, it is a proposed offsite improvement. It is fully our intention to complete those conversations. Obviously, at the county, it's premature to submit an application given that the project has not been approved. And so what the county asks is for us to come back subsequent to any potential approval of the project to advance the process to acquire the right-of-way.
Commissioner Spears.
To continue on with Carter, couple things. One is that I'm not sure your traffic study took into consideration that there are at least 25 to 30 cars that go in and out of the park in the mornings. So the intersection of Grove and Carter, Lima and Carter, are impacted not by residents, but by people coming to the city to use the trails and the park. I would like to see additional information on the impact that the traffic is going to, from the development, is going to add to that. Now, I applaud the development for opening up more parking spaces inside the development on Carter to alleviate the parking that is currently taking place on Grove, because people are parking on Grove all the way down to Fairview in order to use the park. That's a good thing. What I have a concern about is when I look on the EIR figure 3-12, and you had it again on your PowerPoint, is that the profile you've used for your intended change on Carter is based on a residential curb sidewalk development. In that regard, the sidewalk is attached to the curb because you are concerned about the setback in a development in a residential neighborhood with the setback of the house. So your sidewalk is attached to your curb. If you do that on Carter, you're going to take out a lot of mature trees. The sidewalk needs to be there because we've heard from the public that they walk their dogs in the street because there are no sidewalks on Grove, there are no sidewalks on Carter, and there's no sidewalks on the top end of Lima. So there needs to be a sidewalk. My concern is that you've adopted a traditional and a drawing that doesn't reflect the needs of the community. I think that you can have a walkway that is proximal to the Carter if you go amongst the trees as opposed to removing the trees. We've heard from the public that they are very concerned about the loss of trees. I would support the idea that we replace more trees than we lose, but I believe that you could have the sidewalk or whatever the walkway is that you so choose be serpentine and move amongst the trees and connect over to the development without removing the trees. And you could still expand Carter to meet the needs of the egress from the community. So I would encourage you to absolutely look at your alternatives as opposed to just be locked into the traditional relationship between sidewalks and curbs. And I think it would address the needs and concerns of the citizens.
Okay, I was just asked if parking fits into that first issue area, and I believe my interpretation is that it does. So I'd like to add any issues that we got from the EIR, from our public comments tonight on parking. I'd like to deal with those now. So I'd like to go ahead and finish with the commission on anything having to do with traffic, including parking, then run it right back to council if they have any follow-up questions. Yes.
I have a question on traffic for the consultant. It sounds like you did additional studies that were not required by the CEQA. Are they in the CEQA report, or how would the public see that information?
Commissioner Dallas, as they fall outside of the scope of CEQA, they were not included in the draft CEQA document per state law. However, the supplemental analyses will be provided in the staff report and were provided to the city in advance of this meeting and throughout the planning process. So it'll be available. It has been made available to the public, and it will be available to the public prior to public hearings.
Thank you.
Other questions from commissioners? Hearing none, I believe Mayor Pro Tem had a question about parking, and then Councilmember Creeves.
Yes, so as we know, the area around our park up there, Bailey Canyon Park, gets very congested even without this project. Grove Street in Carter becomes an issue. So as we're thinking about a potential project, I'm looking at the streets A, B, and C. We know that it's going to be a single load type of development. Does that mean that the streets are going to be too narrow to double park on both sides of the street? So some of the overflow can go into the development rather than parking on Grove? Because that would be a nice benefit to the city, that there's individuals that can park within the development to enjoy our park. And then the other question is regarding the size of the parking lot and how obtrusive it will be to our neighbor on Crestvale Drive, because they seem very concerned about that, and that's our concern as well.
Yeah, two important issues. So firstly, with respect to the on-street parking, parking is proposed on one side of those single-loaded streets. However, on net, we do anticipate to add over 40 additional public parking spaces. These will be public streets, and they will be accessible to members of the public. We do feel that because of the direct connection we're adding to Bailey Canyon adjacent to the new public park, that will be a very convenient, perhaps more convenient place for the public to park. So a significant net increase in parking it is proposed on one side of those single-loaded streets. I'm sorry, remind me of the second portion of your question, Councilmember?
Basically, the potential for
The
nuisance.
parking lot in Crestvale.
For Crestvale,
Yes, of course, I apologize. So the parking lot on Crestvale, we believe it is appropriately sized in that all 40 spaces are not located in that one area. The exact location, right down to the foot, has not yet been determined. We would be more than happy to, and I've received some contact information tonight from those neighbors on Crestvale. We fully intend on speaking with them about where we can locate that in a way that's least impactful on those residents.
Councilmember Creeps.
Actually, the location of the parking near Crestvale was my question.
Okay. Anyone else? Hey, we finished the traffic issue. Oh, sorry. Commissioner Spears, please.
Can I get clarification on the parking inside the development where Carter goes up past streets A, B, and C on the east side, closest to what is now the access road to the flood control? Will that be wide enough so that you can put additional cars there as opposed to on Grove?
Yes, Commissioner Spears, that's correct.
And how many cars do you anticipate being able to be parked there?
I don't have the exact precise number. I know the total overall net increase, but I'd be happy to get the precise number for you as to Carter specifically.
What I want to know is the number that you talked about is 40. Is that a combination of the one that in the parking lot for the park and on Grove, not in front of the houses?
Correct. 40 would include
40 spots for parking in addition to whatever the residents in your community will have.
Correct. In addition to a 2-car driveway and a 2-car garage for all the residential units.
So it'll be 40, which is the parking lot for the park and on Carter.
Correct. ABC, Carter, and Sunnyside as well. Yes.
So ABC, Carter. Okay. So if I'm trying to understand the capacity for that north-south section of Carter as it goes up towards the monastery and curves. That street can be made wide enough to have, parallel parking or slot parking.
Correct. Yeah, they're exactly right. There is enough width in that location to add on-street parking. The exact number I'd be happy to get for you.
So, okay, that will be a something that we want to understand perfectly, because that will allow people to get off of the city streets and over to the area proximal to the park. Okay.
I have one more question.
Yes, Commissioner Dallas.
It's goes back to the basics of how the whole streets were laid out. It's unlike anything
Can you
in
get to
Sierra
your
Madre.
mic, Commissioner?
What?
Your mic.
It's unlike anything in Sierra Madre. We have houses with streets on both sides of the property instead of back to back. It seems like if you took out that top street and backed it up to the property of the retreat, and then squished these two together down here, you'd have one less street, and that would allow a street just north of the park where you could have lots of parking along the street there and possibly improve the whole circulation of the area. It's just kind of befuddled me that why this was developed this way. And since you're the developer, I thought you would be the person to answer if you have a good reason for that. I'd love to hear it.
Commissioner, we'd be happy to evaluate alternatives to the current design. The current design is the result really of a careful balancing act. We have, of course, adjacent property owners. We need to make sure that we are considering their needs. We have the provision of a 3-acre public park per the MOU, so that significant community benefit. We also have the needs of a retreat center. And so when we look at exactly how everything lays out, we want to do so in a way that's efficient, that minimizes grading, that minimizes the use of retaining walls. Also, of course, the economics always need to work. And so that's the reason. It's a complicated mix of factors, but we're of course happy to evaluate potential alternatives that would improve circulation and add additional parking.
Okay, because this doesn't minimize grading. There's a lot of grading and a lot of retaining walls in this project. More similar to how it's done, the Sierra Madre houses are built on the natural slope and accommodate per house on the site as it is. Maybe that's a development thing, it's a cost, I don't know, but it doesn't do the things you just said it did. So, yeah, see what you can do to minimize the streets and increase the parking. And if you back the houses up to the retreat property, it seems like they would have less commotion of cars going right by there all the time. I just don't understand what's going on here.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else comment on traffic, including parking? Good. Okay, we're moving on to the next issue, which is wildlife protection. Turn to my council colleagues. Do you have any questions in this area? Wildlife protection.
Wildlife or wildfire?
Wildfire.
Sorry.
That last cup of coffee is wearing off. Well, I have a question, and I don't know if if it can be answered or not. I read and I heard tonight that the development would actually slow down the spread of fire compared to the natural condition of the property is in tonight. And I'd like to know how you came to that conclusion.
Councilmember, I can speak to it generally, and then one of our fire protection specialists is here if you, in the event you have detailed questions. And so what we do in our fire protection planning is run detailed computer models that assess a number of factors, including the rate of spread, flame length, and flame intensity. And so what it looks at is the existing condition, which is a fallow field of native grassland, how fast the fire spreads, how tall those flames would be in the event of a wildfire. And so generally speaking, adding defensible space, adding the landscaping that we're proposing, and all of the other safety features which are required by the Fire Protection Plan and Chapter 7A of the Fire Code actually reduce fire risk. And so fire does not spread as quickly when you have defensible space in its path as compared to the existing condition as an open fallow field where, as you can imagine, fire would spread very quickly.
To me, that's a little counterintuitive. You're going to put a lot of shrubbery, right, and a lot of trees, a lot more than I think exists now. Aren't they fuel for fire? Can't they be part of that calculation? Or
They can be, depending on the type of tree and landscaping that you're using. And so that is really key, is to select a landscape palette and work closely to make sure that the landscape that you're planting, for example, you never plant eucalyptus or other extremely fire-prone type of shrubs and palettes. So we're going to be working closely to make sure that we're not, we will not be planting anything that is subject to ignition and really focus on making sure that it's as safe as possible.
So that's a key criterion in selecting plant life for the development?
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Mayor, correct.
Mr. Mayor? May I follow up on
Councilmember
that?
Parkhurst?
Yeah. So the County of Los Angeles has a fire-wise gardening guidance, and things like, I did a quick search on it this afternoon, and coyote bush and bougainvillea weren't on the list. What resources are you using to determine what a fire-safe plant is for this region and this project?
Yeah, and I can defer to our landscape architect who's here as well as to the types of resources. The county is one. There's a number of other resources that talk about fire safety. And so I think if there's any plant or shrub on the list that should be removed from the list, we're happy to take a look and make sure that everything that we are utilizing is consistent with all applicable guidance.
I'd be curious as to what resources you are using. So if you've got your expert on that, I'd like to hear it.
That is correct. I mean, it's the county resources that we're using to determine the plant palette right now. It's a preliminary plant palette. It's a such-as plant palette that's going to be adjusted as we potentially develop the project. So we will make sure that everything on that list is fire retardant and it adheres to all agencies.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So I don't recall if it was in the EIR or in the specific plan, but there was discussion regarding fire ladders. And I can envision a fire ladder, probably currently on Sunnyside as we go up the retreat center with all those, I believe they're Chinese elm trees. As one ignites, they're just going to come on down the row. So part of the plan is a mitigation of these fire ladders. Obviously, there's going to be now homes there. To me, I know that sounds like a fire ladder. Obviously, the trees would be, but you have homes in a row. Is that part of the mitigation effort, that these homes are going to be so fireproof that they will not create their own fire ladder outside the shrubbery or trees?
Thank you. Good evening. Doug Nichols, with the Senior Fire Protection Specialist with DUDEC. I help with the fire protection plan, and I have about 30 years' experience in the fire service. The fire ladder concept is generally referred to with vegetation, where you have ground vegetation, typically grass or small shrubs, forbs, that are very readily ignitable. And then that carries fire to the next level up, which is the small shrubs, and then to the tall shrubs, and then catches into the trees, and then moves on up and creates what we call crown fire, burning through the trees. So it's no longer traveling along the ground, but it's traveling through the trees. So the idea is to try and keep that fire as low to the ground as possible to keep it from climbing up. So it's really referring to the vegetation as a fuel ladder, not necessarily the houses, which certainly can happen, but that's the concept, is it's referring to the vegetation, keeping that where the plant palette is designed in such a way where the vegetation is not flammable or as flammable, everything burns but not as flammable, and then spread out in such a way where if something does catch fire, that there's not this continuity from plant to plant, shrub to shrub, tree to tree, that it's separated and maintain that separation.
Thank you. And to follow up on that, is it possible, I'm assuming you're going to tell me yes, but is it possible to have low-lying vegetation and trees within this community and avoid this fuel ladder?
Absolutely. It's a careful design. We rely on the landscape architects to put that design together, but that's where we also assess the vegetation. We know its flammability characteristics, which are more tendency, which are prone, like a junipers, for example, a lot of toxins, a lot of oils within it, very flammable, a lot of heat that comes off those. But if you have some of the smaller shrubs, the succulents, cactus, they don't have quite that flammability. So you can have a nice combination where it looks nice, drought tolerant, and doesn't spread the fire.
Thank you.
Sure.
If I can follow up on that. So is there an equal thing around homes? So if you've got a fire ladder and it's focused on plants, if you have houses closer together, they're going to be more likely to the flame is going to be more likely to jump from one house to another. So what's the similar concept that you do with homes, and what are you doing to prevent that type of risk?
Very good question. Actually, what we also try to look for in the design of the landscape is to make sure there's separation from particularly the trees and shrubs from the structures themselves. The area that's most concerned is within 5 feet of structures. There's a concept called the home ignition zone or the structure ignition zone, and anything within 100 feet of a house is closely looked at, but within 5 feet of the structure is the area that you really want to focus on to make sure that there's nothing combustible within that. So we recommend not putting bark chips, for example, within 5 feet of the structure, because that could catch embers, which then could ignite the side of the house and up into the eaves and into the roof. As long as you have some, could be a sidewalk or gravel or turf immediately in that 5-foot zone, you're going to restrict that potential from fire from getting to the house, as well as the ignition-resistant construction itself. But also, especially we look at not just when the trees are planted, but their mature size. So we want to make sure that the trees are appropriately located, and also the species selected, so that it does not contribute fire going immediately towards the house, and then you go from house to house at that point. So we try to minimize that within the design itself.
Okay. Yes, we'll just start down at the end, Commissioner Spears.
When these houses are sold, they will have the landscaping already installed?
So in the front, yes, and we haven't made a final determination as to the rear. It really depends on the project. But certainly the planting plan as to where the plantings will be located, any restrictions associated with that will be governed by CC&R, but typically the common areas in the front areas are landscaped, yes.
So we've just heard from the fire specialist that there is a zone around the house that needs to be protected, and if you do the planting of the trees that will mature, you are not going to put them inside that hazard zone, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner Spears.
And because of where the property is located, they will receive an annual inspection from the fire department, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So if your planting is done with an understanding of the fire risk, it should be maintained by the homeowner and also inspected annually by the city.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Hutt.
Thanks, Bob. Question about how this is maintained, especially the sort of semi-public areas. You have a homeowners association that's in charge of some of it, but then you also have a community facilities district that's in charge of other parts. And I just want to understand the interplay there, and also understand why we couldn't just have all of the parts maintained by the community facilities district. We have an example on another project that had a homeowners association that was supposed to maintain certain properties and went bankrupt and was tax defaulted, and it was sold to somebody else. So I really would think that the areas that you've marked as homeowners associations, where you have those steep slopes that are coming up to the houses, I would have a lot more comfort that those are maintained properly in the future if those are maintained through the community facilities district rather than a homeowners association. And you could enforce that plant palette and the maintenance for the fire defensibility.
Certainly, we are open to looking at alternative arrangements for maintenance. I think that the city will likely have some comments, Public Works and others, on how the scope of the maintenance responsibility of the CFD, because the city is involved in that. But for us, I think we would be more than happy to evaluate either scenario at your preference.
Commissioner Dallas.
I have a question for the fire consultant. Hi, I'd like to go back to Mayor Goss's initial question about the spread of fire and how it spreads faster across the grass field that's there now than it would through the houses. Of course, it seems like it's going to spread faster on the grass, right? But it's almost something you could jump over. There's no intensity to it, really, right?
You'd be surprised.
Okay, so maybe you don't want to jump over it, but...
Yeah, I always get asked, which is the worst fire season? Is it, when we don't get a lot of rain or when we do get a lot of rain? I said, well, they both. When you get a lot of rain, you get a lot of the ground fuels. You get the grass gets up to 18, 24 inches, and then you get the mustards that get up to 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet. Those are what we call annual fuels because they look wonderful in the springtime, but come around May 1st, they don't look so good. Very dry, and they carry a lot of flame very fast and very intense. Now it's quick, and they kind of run. It goes very fast. And you're right, sometimes you could step over it if it's short enough, but it's quick and it's fast, and they do accelerate, especially winds, and we all know what Santa Ana winds do.
Yeah.
Conversely, when you get into the chaparral or the sage, that do have a lot of volatility in those plants, and you've probably seen the flame lights if you've ever seen our annual wildfire shows on the news. Those flame lights can get very high. And that also is very intense, but they don't move quite as fast. It depends on shrub to shrub. And then likewise, when you get into some of the forests that we have in the mountains, it's even completely different. When you change that vegetation, let's just say that meadow out there was just a playfield, a grass playfield. Never gets dry, it's always irrigated. So what we call, that has a very high fuel moisture. Now it has a lot of water in it. Water doesn't burn very well, and not near like the annual grasses that dry out. Very low fuel moisture. That's what we calculate in the fuel modeling is when we look at the vegetation types, they all have certain associations with that when it comes to fuel moisture. The county fire department monitors that, and when it gets to a certain level, that's when they say, hey, we got a critical fire weather now, because that fuel moisture of our native vegetation gets to a certain point where now it's very extreme. So they get very extreme fire conditions. So now that we've replaced that native vegetation, with those introduced grasses, with a irrigated, landscaped, and designed criteria, with something that's not as dry, it's not going to move that fire nearly as fast, even if an occasional shrub were to catch fire. And you may have seen that sometimes where fires will creep into a park or something where it goes so far and then it kind of stops. It's just that fuel moisture content is so high in an irrigated landscape that it doesn't move nearly as fast as it would in its native setting.
Okay. Sounds like a lot of water. So,
Well, it's a matter of water retention.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Vice Chair Dennison.
Don't go too far. So I did read through the appendix about the fire protection plan, and it seemed like the modeling that you did was based on the software that you used. You have to tell it what kind of ground cover is there. So it sounds like from your description that had more to do, the reduction from 4 feet to 3 feet length of flame had more to do with the fact that it's manicure watered fauna rather than what is naturally occurring there? Is that what that reduction was from, or was it from the actual palette of plants?
The way we use the fuel modeling is we have what we call existing conditions. Right today, if a fire were to move through there, what would likely be the scenario? And we use different winds, different direction, different speeds to go along with that as well. But we use the existing vegetation as the existing fuel source for that. So that would be existing conditions. Then we have, in this case, a post-development condition. And we're looking at not necessarily specific plants, but just as a landscape irrigated setting. And there are fuel models that can be reflective of that. So you plug that into the fuel modeling system, say, okay, underneath this scenario, what then, under that exact same condition where it's the winds, the slope, everything else is the same except for the fuel has changed. So that would be the post-development condition, and then you run that through, and you can see that definitely reduction in the flame lengths and the intensity, again, because that vegetation has a lot more water in it, the way it's spread, and just the behavior of it based on that type of vegetation.
So I guess my follow-on question then is there a specific palette of plants that help come to that reduction? And if so, how do we ensure that gets incorporated into the design to make sure we get that reduction?
When we're looking at it, we have a couple different settings that we're looking at. One is the fuel modification zone, and those actually has zones within it. We're looking at that 0 to 30 feet, or 0 to 50 feet, or 50 to 100 feet, and there's different types of treatments, as we call it, within that. Certainly within the home sites, with the landscape area, you're going to have a different type of vegetation. And then in the fuel modification zones, we have different types from one to the next. And so we will look at all three of those areas, for example, and play with that. So if we're recommending a certain type of treatment, let's say we're just recommending, that area furthest out, we're just going to maintain it as a mowed grass. Native grasses, we don't want to disturb the soil. We just want to leave it that way. So we look at what we call a mowed grass type of setting. Then in that next, perhaps the 25 to 75 foot, maybe something in through there, we're going to recommend a certain type of irrigated fuel modification planting there. So that we run a fuel model for that. And then when you get to the, like around the home, you might have the turf, and you can have something for that scenario as well. So you can have these different types of scenarios. You can change the fuel moisture to reflect what's actually going to be in that particular setting, and see how the flame lengths and fire intensity change each step of the way as that fire might progress towards the structures.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, certainly.
I did have another question that I've heard brought up, not for you, sorry, that I've heard brought up a couple of times about whether or not a helicopter would be using the monastery grounds or the retreat grounds any kind of operations. And so I was wondering, it looks like the chief is still here, is the retreat center currently part of any of the operational plans for aerial work for the county you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no. The project site is, it's got potential for an unimproved landing site, which means that helicopter pilots could choose that for an emergency landing, for any kind of operational, but it is not on any identified plans that we have. We do have 4 identified landing spots that are in the area that are identified with the county, but that is not one of them. They're located between Jurdy, Monrovia, the top of Chantry Flats, and over to basically Altadena Golf Course. Those are the only identified ones that if we're going to use for emergency landings, patient transports or something like that from hiking, we would identify those and use those. As far as refueling or air operations that we've seen in the Bobcat, for fire retardant loading or for just water themselves, we've seen them go to our spreading grounds to get water. That's obviously what they're going to do there. And the identified county heli-spots that I just spoke of, we would set up, a matter of fact, our water tender was part of that on the Bobcat fire at one of these identified spots. Because these are able, the helicopter pilots are going to want to land in a spot that has been cleared out, is safe, is not going to throw up debris, does not have a slope to it like that landing site. Not to say they won't use it, but it's not identified.
Thank you.
Long story short.
Let me follow that up real quick. Way back when, I used to live up on Syracuse Drive, right below this meadow. And I heard stories from people who lived up there. And I think it was back in the 70s, I could be wrong, that there was a big fire that came down from the hills. And the fire department set up essentially an operation in that field. And that was pivotal in keeping the spread of the fire from going southward into the city. We don't presently have operational plans that include using our fire equipment in that field for that kind of purpose.
Not for a helitack type of, or...
I'm not talking about helicopter, I'm talking about bringing equipment like fire trucks and all the rest.
No, not particularly. For us, that's too close of a staging area for equipment. We may use it operationally if we're going to defend the structures or the area, but not for staging. It's too close and it's just not safe for personnel or equipment.
Thanks. Do you have any other questions on the issue of wildfire protection? Let's do water supply, and then we'll take another short break and see if we can finish it up tonight. Council? Yes.
Here
Sure.
under what? Okay. Oh, there we go. What happened? So again, not related directly to water, but with sustainability. I heard a few times the comment of 100% electrification, but it's my understanding that it's an option for electrification for appliances. Can somebody please clarify that? Maybe it's Mr. Frankel.
Yeah, that's correct. Currently, we are proposing the option of 100% electric. The model homes as well will be 100% electric. There's a variety of terms in the development agreement encouraging buyers to understand the benefits of that, but that is what's currently proposed.
Mr. Mayor, can I follow up on that?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Will there be any financial incentives or anything like that other than sort of more of an informational approach as described in your presentation?
There are no financial incentives proposed at this time.
Water supply issue, questions having to do with water.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
So as we're thinking about the $910,000, back on the slides that the city put together earlier, on slide 23, there's option A and option B, with option A being $380,000 to purchase 950 acre-feet of supplemental water. So there's a couple questions. One would be, is the San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water District able to provide that even in times when we can't replenish we can't have cyclical water supply? And then I have a follow-up question regarding the money.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm happy to answer that question. So right now, currently, there is no supplemental water available. It would take a couple of consecutive years of really good rainfall or one really good year of rainfall where there's water supply in the Sierras that can be delivered through the California Aqueduct to our district. And then at that time, our district would first fill their coffers, and if there's any water, supplemental water available after that, they would make it available to the 4 member agencies, Sierra Madre being one of them. At that point, we would have access to purchasing that water.
Thank you. And so the follow-up would be that $380,000 for the purchase of said water. On slide 25, I believe it was City Attorney Garagosian was talking about the timeline and the arrows. I think it's the middle dot or the third dot is when that $910,000 would potentially hit the coffers of the city. So my question is, as we sit here today and we decide on something, is there any way we can put some type of escalation clause in that $380,000 in that interim? Because it could be years, a couple years, right, before we realize the funds, and then we have the potential opportunity to buy this supplemental water. Is there any way we can put some type of escalation clause regarding the price of water up until that point in time?
So, yeah, the answer is yes, we can. Are you suggesting that we tie it to CPI or some kind of index?
I'm suggesting we tie it to the price of water rather than CPI, because that's what we'd be potentially buying. Maybe there could be a clause on the other end that, hey, if we're not going to buy water, we're going to decide to do something else, then we can just tie it to CPI, which probably wouldn't, well, the volatility of water is crazy relative to CPI, so.
That's definitely something we can explore with the applicant.
Are you open to it?
We'd be happy to work with City Attorney to explore that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reeves?
Oh, sorry, I just have a follow-up question on
Parkhurst.
that line of. Go for it. Sorry. So the way that this has been presented, it's sort of an if, choice one, if not choice one, then choice two. There's not really a sense of like when choice two would become available. Because, if the 950 acre feet is not available, over time, at what point that decision is made to move to option B, and who's that?
So that decision is within the discretion of the city council. Those funds will be placed in the $910,000 will be placed in a special fund that will be managed and controlled by the city council. So that would be in the city council discretion. If the city council wants to wait and not exercise option B, it can wait. If it wants to exercise it immediately, it can exercise it immediately.
Thank you, that's very helpful. And then just, city manager, you mentioned that it would take a couple of years a couple wet years to get to a point where we would have supplemental water. Has that happened in the recent past?
It has happened once, and I do not recall the year that it happened, but there was one year where the city was able to, in fact, purchase supplemental water.
Councilmember Parkhurst?
Yeah, so in the EIR, it said that the project applicant would contribute to one of 3 programs, but the development agreement has the kind of the 3-tier. So I assume it's the development agreement that is the correct one, and that the EIR will be updated at the end of this?
The EIR won't be updated, but the development agreement is the controlling document in this case.
Okay. So I have a question for the applicant now. So have you considered the use of rainwater for potable water uses as a part of the use in the buildings?
We've considered a number of water recycling technologies. We are including gray water systems in the homes, but we have not considered the use of rainwater for potable irrigation.
So how far are you willing to push the envelope on this? I mean, you start looking at some of these things, like some of the work from DOE, and they're talking about using rainwater for non-potable water in the house. They're looking at all sinks going out to gray water and toilets down to I guess they call it black water. Like, how sustainable are you making these projects?
Well, we feel confident that this will be the most sustainable project that has ever been built in Sierra Madre. I think we can say that confidently. We've evaluated a number of options, and we feel strongly that what we're proposing is really responsive to the needs of the city and of future home buyers to be sustainable. So we'd be, of course, happy to consider additional options, but we do feel good about the package that we've currently proposed.
So you'll have things like sinks and dishwashers and laundry all going out into potential irrigation, and if you've got a homeowner that doesn't want that, how does that dealt with? Because when you build the house, you've got the chance to make it gray water. After the house is built, making it gray water is a real pain in the you-know-what.
Correct, yeah. The homeowner will not have a choice of plumbing. It will be dual plumbed. There will be a separate gray water system, and the homeowner will not have an option to avoid the use of gray water.
Members Mendy.
Mr. Mayor, I just had a follow-up question to Councilmember Krieb's question with the net zero water payment. It's helpful to hear the explanation of it. So just to confirm that $910,000 is going to be paid up front and held into the special account for council to manage and oversee?
That's correct. And to clarify, when you say upfront, it's going to be paid in one lump sum, and it's going to be paid, a moment while I go to the correct slide. It's going to be paid upon applying for building permits.
Yes.
This might be a stretch on water, but Mr. Hughes's comment had me thinking about benzene in the soil and other chemicals. As we know that there's alluvial soils up currently where the land sits. I don't know anything about chemistry, but when we're thinking about alluvial soils and replenishing our aquifer, does benzene leach into our aquifer, and how can we abate that? Because that sounds like a pretty serious issue. This might be way off topic, but
So we do have a confined aquifer in the what we call the Santa Anita sub-area of the Raymond Basin. It provides water to the city of Sierra Madre and the city of Arcadia. Now, the proposed site is pretty far from our wells, and if that's been there, for forever, there hasn't been any significant impact to our well field.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Okay. I have another question. So the landscaping, I heard when the fire person came up and talked about, they were talking about turf on it, and in the report, it talks about that 69% of the water use is outdoor. Has there been consideration to making this all xeriscaped, so that the water use is less than 50% the total building use?
So currently, we're proposing a drought-tolerant and native palette. We do anticipate there will be some lawn included, not a substantial amount, although we do anticipate that home buyers, families with children do like to have a small lawn area, so we're not proposing xeriscape at this time.
Commissioners?
Mayor?
Oh, yeah.
May I make a correction
Yes,
to
City
something I
Attorney,
said
go ahead.
earlier? Earlier I said that the $910,000 will be paid in one lump sum upon pulling building permits. Actually, it's going to be paid fractionally upon each building permit being pulled. So every time a building permit is pulled for one of these units, the applicant is going to have to pay $21,666 every time a building permit is pulled. For times 42, that should come out to $910,000.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Dallas.
I read some of these documents.
Closer to the mic.
The term up to $910,000 would be the amount. And what does the up to depend on?
It depends on the pulling of the building permits. So if they fail to pull a building permit for one of the units, they wouldn't have to pay the funds for that unit, the proportionate amount of funds.
Okay, I'm just curious what kind of circumstances that would be.
Who wants? Vice Chair Dennison, go ahead.
I'm also going to stretch water just a little bit here. As I recall, when the Carter estates were originally graded, there was a bond put in place some kind of security that was withheld to ensure the completion of the grading and ensuring that all the water would be handled appropriately from the very beginning before any of the lots were actually built upon, which in hindsight seems pretty amazing. So is that contemplated in the agreement that we are looking at to ensure that rather than fractionally getting enough money the way that we are on pulling building permits, that we would get enough to ensure the completion for any reason of the grading and the water handling?
I believe that's a standard practice. I'd invite if the Director of Public Works is here, maybe he could speak to it, about how every time a grading permit or something like that is pulled, there should be maybe a construction bond. And if it's not, then it's something that can be included.
Thank you for that question. If I understand it right, it's about dust control during construction?
It's, is there going to be some kind of surety bond or completion bond to ensure that the grading plans that include handling of runoff water will be completed?
Yeah, I think from the presentation, it was mentioned that there will be a construction bond for the whole project that will cover the grading, and then within the grading will be the LID portion of the grading and everything else needed for the construction.
So if there were to be a interminable delay between the grading and the actual construction, the water would be handled in the interim?
Yeah, when you start a project like that, you file for a SWIP permit. And during that SWIP permit, it is monitored by a third-party environmental engineering company. And they will monitor that and make sure that there's no extra runoff off of the construction site.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Commissioner Dennison, just to clarify one other thing. The bond contemplated in the development agreement is for the construction of utilities, not for the completion of a project. So assuming everything that Director Semino pointed out wouldn't cover the completion of the project, something can be put in place in the development agreement to ensure that the project be completed.
Yeah,
Yes,
I had some
Commissioner
follow-up
Hood.
questions on the water. So the water, basically, are they going to be like impact fees that are paid with the pulling of a builder permit on each house?
Those funds will be paid alongside the development impact fees.
And so do they, as with other impact fees, do they have a time limit when they have to be expended?
They do not, and that's the benefit of these funds, because development impact fees are subject to reporting requirements, and like you said, they have to be spent in a certain amount of time. But these funds are in addition to that, and they're not subject to the Mitigation Fee Act.
Okay. And then question on the purchasing of the water. I'm trying to understand how that really helps us in the long run to buy a one-time thing of water. I understand the concept of fixing the pipes so they stop leaking, but do we get to like reuse that water somehow? And also, is the amount of water that we're contemplating buying, how does that correspond to the amount of usage, so we can sort of get an understanding of how that works together?
So the roughly 900 acre feet that we would purchase is equivalent to about 50 years of water for that project. If that water is available and we purchase that water, we would store it in an account that we have in the main San Gabriel Basin, which is a different aquifer other than what we have here in Sierra Madre. We're in the process of developing what we're calling the joint well between the city of Arcadia and the city of Sierra Madre. So that would facilitate extracting water from the main basin and bringing it to Sierra Madre. So it would provide for, in a sense, a bank account in the main basin for us to draw on, in addition to our water resources that we have in our aquifer.
And attachment D to the development agreement provides the net zero water calculation. Unfortunately, that attachment wasn't included in this packet, but will be included during the public hearing before the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. And can I follow up on the electric? to the applicant. You talked about on the gray water that the homeowner won't have a choice. You're just going to build it with the gray water. Why is the electric not the same concept?
So we like the idea of giving homeowners options. We know that no family is the same, and when a buyer comes in, they have different needs. And so instead of a mandate, mandating everybody be the same and require the same equipment, appliances, et cetera, we like to provide an option. Now, we understand the significant environmental benefits of going all electric. That's why we're committed in the development agreement to making a number of steps to encourage folks to do that, but we also do believe in choice as well.
And so you're planning to put natural gas pipes in the street. So each house will have a natural gas hookup?
That will be an option for homeowners, yes.
And then how do people make that choice? I mean, if you're building all the homes at the same time, are these pre-sold and then they decide? Or what if they're not pre-sold? Are you going to default to electric?
Yeah, so Commissioner Hutt, the way that it will work is a homeowner will have a number of options that they can select. And so that's everything from flooring, right, paint, interior finishes that they can select. And this will be an option available to them. We'll provide them the information required by the development agreement, explaining the benefits of going all electric, and we'll make clear that option is available to them during that time.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can I just follow up on that?
Please.
Because I had the same question about process. So how do you envision this actually from soup to nuts in terms of if this project moves forward and you're going to develop these houses, are you going to develop them one at a time as you sell them to various homeowners and they're making these choices that you've described? Or are you going to build and then folks are going to buy the houses as they're built?
So the project will be phased, is our expectation at this point. And so as is typical for a phased project, there will be releases of a certain number of homes at a time. And so you may build 5, 6, 10 homes at a time and release those for sale to the public at that point. It's at that point that the home buyer will come in to the sales office and they'll have the opportunity to explore all the options, including going all electric.
I think we're done with water issues. Let's take a, gosh, do we need 10 minutes? Would a 5-minute break work? Let's come back at 9:05 and see if we can finish this. Okay, folks, we're back, and we will continue on. We have 4 other issues we wanted to address, and we'll try to expedite this a little quicker. Arborist Report, Land Use Alternative Projects, and Development Agreement. So let's consider the Arborist Report, and I'll turn to my council colleagues to see if they have any questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So I have a question. So there's the removal of, I believe, 10 coast live oaks on this. And the MM Bio-3 says they should be replaced at a minimum on a 1-to-1 basis, but our plan requires more than that. And so my question's for staff, because if I just looked at it, and if they were all in good shape, it'd be 33 trees. But I don't know what the shape of all the trees are. So the removal of the 10 coast oaks based on our forestry plan, and it has to have the, sorry for the long warm-up, but the trees have to serve a comparable function as that of the tree removed. That comes straight from the municipal code. So 10 live oaks being removed, how many have to be replaced? It's not a 1-to-1, what is the number?
Councilmember Parkhurst, I'd like to introduce Management Analyst Carlson. He is our resident tree expert, and he'll be happy to answer that question.
Yes, thank you for the question. And the real quick correction, it's actually 11 coast live oaks on the monastery property. And they will have to be replaced consistent with our ordinance. The EIR I read did allude to they will always be consistent with our tree protection and preservation ordinance. They made a minor mistake at identifying the 1-per-1, which is the minimum. So we would hopefully get to see an update on that. Maybe that's in the agreement so that they're following that ordinance to the rule. We do have a matrix that kind of helps with determining the number of replacement trees. And it's by size, and then it's by 4 categories of quality. And we will ask them to propose mitigation, and then we will either accept it or negotiate better or, mitigation as needed.
Can I follow up on that? Because in that grade 1 category, above 21 inches DBH, it requires a secondary opinion, is that correct? And so that would be required if they're going to remove a tree larger than, I think it's 21 DBH.
Yeah, I think it's 21. It's the very largest, highest quality protected species. Is seek an alternative or seek a different way to do it. Sometimes in my experience, and it's been about 12 years looking at these construction projects of all size, it could go back to planning and they could maybe rework the layout and try to protect a tree. I don't know if that's going to be the case here or not, but that is our standard practice.
Great, thank you. I have a second question. This one goes to the applicant. So I heard someone mention, that there was the Morton fig tree that was there from the 1926 original retreat, and it seemed like that tree was going to be preserved. Is that true? Is it that Morton fig from the original retreat, will that tree be preserved? And if so, can you tell me what tree number it is in the Arborist Report?
Unfortunately, Councilmember Parkhurst, that tree will need to be removed associated with the project.
And Councilmember Parkhurst, just as a follow-up to your last question, the specific plan does allow for additional modifications. So in case of tree removal, we can look at that in terms of modified projects.
Can you explain that more? I'm not sure I follow you.
So if there is a tree that is, for instance, maybe a 21 DBH oak tree identified for removal, there would be an option through this specific plan to look at other options to save that tree in place.
So they could plant trees somewhere else within Sierra Madre and not be a part of the properties, is that right?
Yes, it's referenced in the specific plan 6.4 minor modifications, which permits the director of planning, subject to the granting of a minor conditional use permit or minor variance, to be able to grant that modification to site development standards, even design guidelines, and a host of other topics, including the landscape plan.
So where would we place other trees within the city? If not, we've got this giant meadow there, and there's lots of space there. It seems like if they're replacing, that would be and it's part of that habitat. Where else would we place it? Would we place it over in Bailey Canyon Park, or where would we place it?
We could replace it any place in the city that's up to the direction of the Public Works Department.
So right now, if we were to replace a coastal live oak, where would we put it?
Well, typically we look for a parkway that has recently lost a tree. And we're looking at the size, the species, the attributes to be consistent with the one that was lost during construction. We also find public parks. Memorial Park has a number of new oaks and sycamores. Sierra Vista Park actually has a number of sycamores. We like the sycamores there. It could be considered for Bailey Canyon, but we want to preserve the wilderness park motif of that. So typically we haven't done a whole lot of replacements in Bailey Canyon other than windstorm events.
Good, thank you.
I'd like to follow that up. A question for the applicant. Maybe you just addressed it and I wasn't paying close enough attention. There is a giant tree it's a favorite here in town from people who've been living in that area for a long time. It's in the middle of the field. I'm sure you're aware of what I'm talking about. I'm sure that has to come out. What are the chances we could do a transplant of that tree into Bailey Canyon?
Yeah, Mayor Goss, I just want to be clear. I was just reminded by Retreat Center Director that there are two Morton Bay figs. So the one you're referring to, absolutely we're familiar with, will need to be removed. We did engage the services of a firm that specializes in translocation and tree removal to see if it could be relocated either to the park or elsewhere. The problem is it's not a great candidate for survival given its size. That when you move a tree that size, the chance of survival is fairly low. And so mitigation and planting a high number of trees in its place is better in terms of overall increasing the tree canopy.
Okay, so you're saying there's not a likelihood that it would survive? We don't
Yes.
have, do you have a kind of a risk factor on that? 20, 30%, 50%?
I don't, but the specialist who did the site visit with us said he would not recommend trying to translocate that tree elsewhere because the likelihood of survival was quite low.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Creeves.
Wondering, sort of more broadly, not specific to any one tree, and has there been consideration to planning the development around some of the existing healthy trees? I mean, I think of developments, south of Orange Grove that clearly built around, very mature trees, and it really does add to the aesthetics and the feel of the neighborhood. I would think that the potential buyers would be, attracted to a community that had, some mature trees along with new trees. Has that at all been considered? Is that a possibility?
Yes, the short answer is yes. So we will, of course, look for all opportunities to preserve trees, especially within the proposed park area. There are some oaks in that location that probably do warrant additional investigation prior to construction. I think principally we want to make sure that they are good candidates for survival if we have to move them. And so that is probably the key constraint. Also with the installation of a lot of utilities and additional infrastructure, often it's not possible when you're mass grading a site to work so precisely around existing trees, but we will evaluate all options to do so.
Questions on Arborist Report? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to land use. Council colleagues, any questions on this issue?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Creeves.
I heard a lot tonight about concern about the percentage lot coverage, and I actually had some concerns with that myself in reading the EIR. So if you were, I know we haven't gotten down to specifics in terms of lot, any specific lot size or the house that would be built on that lot, but if you were to sort of take the likely smallest lot that would have the biggest house, what would you estimate the percentage lot coverage to be?
So Councilmember Creeves, the lot coverage and the associated square footage, we would think that would be start at about 2,400 square feet is kind of the smallest. Could be a little bit smaller as we refine and go to construction documents. We'll dial that in and get a little bit more precise on exactly how big those houses are. But on the lot, there's a minimum of 7,800 square feet. You would be looking at a house of about 2,400 square feet.
If I could follow up, so what, can you translate that into percent of lot coverage? I think that was the interest I had in that question.
Yeah, unfortunately I went to law school because I'm really bad at math in my head. So I'm gonna have to pull out my phone and I can give you the number, I do the calculation. I don't know off the top of my head what it is, but I'd be happy to get you all the calculations.
It's 30.7%.
I think Commissioner Dennison has
30%.
Yeah, actually, I think that what you guys have presented was in table 3.3 that it would be 2,700 to 4,000 square feet, and that the smallest lot would be 7,800 square feet, and so that would be a 34% lot coverage.
Correct. Yeah, I think that sounds about right to me. Somewhere in between the 30 and 40% is about right.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So we're hearing concerns about lot coverage being too great, and then we have other people concerned about ADUs and SB9. So I think both of those concerns kind of conflict, right? So if you build a house too big on a lot, it's going to be difficult to subdivide that under SB9, and plus you have to live there for 3 years in order to subdivide under SB9. But as far as ADUs are concerned, the way the homes are going to be situated on the lot, is there still potential for an ADU to be built? I don't know if somebody's spending millions of dollars on a home, they're going to want to throw an ADU in the back, potentially, but is there going to be potentially room for an ADU to be placed on these properties.
So, yeah, I don't want to speculate about the potential for, ADUs. Consistent with state law, homeowners in every jurisdiction in California now have the opportunity to consider an ADU. Certainly these homeowners can. We would not expect SB 9 lot splits for all the reasons that you mentioned, Councilmember Garcia, and others, just the layout, access to public streets, the lot width, other constraints. We would not expect SB 9 to be used in this community.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Usman.
A few questions that came up from the public today was the question of two-story homes. Do you have a projection, an estimate? Do you have a plan as to how many two-story homes you are proposing in this plan?
It will be a majority of two-story homes. So we're currently working on the exact ratio. I will say there will be one-story units here. So it will not be all two-story homes, but the exact ratio, we're kind of still working that through, and I'll have more information on that when we're at public hearing.
One commenter brought up protected open space, and I'm not really sure if it is a potential, but the land behind the retreat center is hillside, and whether or not any of that, we can encroach into that, and that could be potentially donated to then be part of the Mountainside Conservancy, Hillside Conservancy, so it would always be open space. I don't know if that's something that your clients would entertain, but I thought that was a good idea.
So that land will continue to be owned by the retreat center. So that really is a question for Madre La Rosa and the Passionists. We are not purchasing that property. So that would be under the purview of Madre La Rosa.
I understand, thank you.
Along those lines, I can follow up. That same parcel, do we know the history of it? And as to the first part, let me ask you a question preceding that. Could that land in the upper area ever be developed based on where it is?
Based on what we're proposing, no.
We were told earlier tonight would be actually more favorable than some comparable 17-acre areas in town. And West Carter and Lima was mentioned. Does that density calculation take into account that you are going to have larger two-story houses of an indeterminate number?
So that density calculation is just a gross density. It's a very simple calculation. So it's just the gross acreage divided by the total number of homes. So it doesn't differentiate or take into account one versus two-story.
So there could be a little bit more density than the average you're using, the factor you're using?
So there's not going to be more density. There may be more square footage that's available for sale. So the homes are being a little larger, right? They may have more bedrooms and more features, but the overall gross density is lower than adjacent communities and is very comparable to other areas in Sierra Madre.
Assuming apples for apples, those comparable parts of the community have a mix of larger and versus second story homes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
May I follow up on that, Mr. Mayor? So I looked at the calculation, and I think it's based on 17.3 acres, but there's going to be 3-acre park, right?
That's correct, Councilmember.
So your calculation is based on 17.3 and not 17.3 minus 3, right?
Correct, yeah, and not 14, and you're looking at the entirety of the project site. But even if you were to net out the public park, the project is very comparable, and in many respects less than adjacent communities.
Yeah, I think I came up with 2.937, whereas Manzanita is 2.72, so actually Manzanita would be a little less dense as far as the calculation is concerned, but it's on the lower limit of the rest of them.
Correct.
Commissioners. Commissioner Spears.
In between your development and Bailey Canyon Park, there's an access road for the flood control. Has there been any discussion with moving that access gate further north on that flood control road so that the transition between Bailey Canyon Park and your development is a little more aesthetic? There's an opportunity there for the public and your future clients to access the park and go back and forth. That gate doesn't do much for anybody except keep old cars out. I believe there would be a lot to be gained for both the city and your development if you could offer to move that gate further up that road.
Understood. That's not a conversation we've had, but we'd be happy to explore that.
Excellent.
Commissioner Hudd?
Yeah, Bob's issue that he raised at the last planning commission meeting where we discussed this, we talked about that at length, and it just seems like horrible land use planning to have two roads adjacent to each other, especially one that's really decrepit and falling apart. And it would be really great if we could unify that, and I think it would make the whole area a lot better. Also, to echo Commissioner Dallas's prior comments about circulation, but I think this sort of land use too, is if we could have more variation in the way the roads are laid out, maybe some more double loaded, maybe some parts that aren't just straight, in a grid, maybe a paseo down the middle so that people, the upper parts could walk down to the park, maybe even save that one tree. I mean, it doesn't look inspired to me, and it looks like there's room for improvement. And I think hopefully we can find something that works a lot better. One other comment on the coverage is I think we're really talking about floor area ratio and not coverage, because that's 2 stories you count. And I think one thing we want to keep in mind is that these are net numbers and the county's numbers are net, but when we calculate them, we include the non-habitable proportions, including the garage and other. So if we're going to compare apples to apples, we need to either take the garage out of ours or put the garages into theirs so we can count those across. The other factor I really wanted to talk about was the Mountain Conservancy. I mentioned this before about another development where we had a bunch of issues. It would really be superior if the properties that are meant to go into be preserved forever were actually preserved forever with the Mountain Conservancy. And so I know we're doing this lot line adjustment. It seems like we're doing a lot line adjustment into 2 parcels, and then part of that other is going to get an easement over it. It seems to make sense to me that we did that into 3 parcels and then convey that hillside area to the Mountain Conservancy. And we make that very clear and very permanent. And I think that would give a lot more comfort to everyone that that's something that's, done really the way it's supposed to be and doesn't come back years later because somebody went bankrupt and something went wrong.
Commissioner Hutt, if I may, we did meet with the Mountain Conservancy, and together we found that the best option would be to have an easement that would prohibit development but keep the property in the hands of the monastery.
Can I ask who the easement runs in favor of?
The easement would run in favor of the city, and if I remember correctly from our conversation with the Conservancy, they wanted it in favor of the city, not in their favor.
Is it
And
possible?
if that's different or if something's changed, we can definitely discuss that with them.
Is it possible that we could make those into 3 separate lots? One that's residential, one that's institutional, and then one that's zoned open space, and then has that as well? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out additional layers of redundancy for when one thing goes wrong, we've got a backup. Because if it's still zoned institutional, and then for some reason we can't enforce this easement or whatnot, we've got that worry that it's not going to be the permanent open space that we're all contemplating.
Yes, that's possible.
Anyone else? Vice Chair Dennison.
So as a point of order, I guess I had a question procedurally. I assume that the specific plan is going to come before the Planning Commission for a thorough and deep dive into the nuances that we'll want to look at?
Correct.
Okay. Certainly to Commissioner Hutt's point, I think that showing what the floor area coverage is based on the city's codes today versus what the specific plan seems to go a long way towards obfuscating would be a great apples-to-apples comparison. To his point, there's a lot of spaces that we consider in that coverage that they exclude from their numbers. And so being able to see a table that clearly says, I think that we count stairs at least once, if not twice, and they're excluded from their calculations. And so understanding what those really apples-to-apples numbers would be really helpful for us. And then I think most of my other comments I'll just hold off until we actually have the specific plan, because they're fairly detail-oriented.
Any other questions on this issue? Okay, let's move on to the alternative projects.
Were we going to hit wildlife? Or were we going to?
I'm sorry?
Was wildlife one of the subjects? I thought it was not. Okay.
No, but if you want to bring up an issue, we certainly should. I mean,
I'll hit it at the end. Let's
okay, put it at the end. Fine. Going once, going twice. We have no bids on alternative project. Commissioners? Not seeing anything. Okay, let's move on. Finally, to the development agreement itself. Any takers?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. City Attorney, I believe you had mentioned at one point, and I'm not sure the context, but that the understanding would be, perhaps in the development agreement, that there would be an affirmative obligation on behalf of the developer to actually develop the project, and some of the benefits that they would get under the development agreement or the approval of the project would be contingent on complying with that obligation. Is that still the case?
Yes, Councilmember Hughes, that is the case. The developer would be obligated under this development agreement to build according to what's been entitled under the specific plan and the design review permits, etc. One issue that arises is what happens if the developer doesn't develop and sells that lot to some third party? What then, and does the development agreement bind them in that case? That's a more difficult question. And one option the city may explore, and it was, I believe it was Vice Chair Dennison that had brought it up in the past, is potentially tying the change in land use and zoning to the requirement that the project be completed. In other words, if the project weren't completed, it would revert back to its original institutional zoning. That could be an option to ensure that what's been proposed to be built gets built. That's one option. There are other options that can be explored as well through the development agreement.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Hudd.
Yeah, I think sort of along those lines and moving into the concept of design review, I really don't understand how the design review process is going to work and how much of that we can tie to the development agreement, because under current state law, our ability to do especially subjective design review is very limited, if not totally taken away. And so are we going to do design review that's, you know, a subjective design review based on the criteria in the specific plan? And then is it going to be on, you know, certain number of models, and then the houses could be replicated based on that? Or how's that process going to work so we can make sure that you know, the talk about the aesthetics that we're going to have are actually going to play out?
Currently, I'm glad you asked that question, Commissioner Hutt. Currently, as proposed, the process is going to abide by state law. As you've noted, state laws severely, or rather greatly restrict the Planning Commission's ability to control subjective elements of the design. So really, it's the specific plan where it's in the specific plan where the Commission and City Council discretion lies. The discretionary review portion isn't going to happen at the design review phase of it. It's going to happen now with the approval of the specific plan, if the specific plan is approved. If approved, and the design review process begins, the design review permit and the findings under design review are going to be tied not to what's in the underlying zoning ordinance for R1. It's going to be tied to what's in the specific plan. So it's important that whatever design elements that the Planning Commission or the City Council wants to incorporate in this project be reflected in the specific plan, because at the design review phase, that opportunity will not be afforded.
Follow-on question?
Yes.
The specific plan is included in the administrative side, not the quasi-judicial side, meaning that we do not have a limit of 5 meetings between the two groups on the specific plan. Is that correct?
With one correction, it's a legislative decision, not an administrative decision. And correct, it's not subject to the 5 hearing limit.
So,
Commissioner Spears.
point of clarification. Hello? The Planning Commission will look at the design review of the proposed buildings, but the applicant wants to sell these buildings to someone to buy them, and they will want to modify that as part of the process. So we're kind of doing a theoretical decision here, because it's not a building that actually exists, it's the concept of a building. And so how are we to know that the issues that we find to be concerning will actually be reflected in what is built to please the applicant?
But the construction in the first instance, and I'll clarify what I mean by that, but the first construction of that home will need to abide by the requirements under the specific plan. Once that property is sold and it's out of the developer's hands, any future modifications to that home would come before either the planning department or the planning commission as necessary, and would be not subject to the specific plan. The specific plan does bind the developer though.
But what I'm talking about is that the developer's going to bring to us these models, these aspirations for these homes, and we're going to look at them and say, we like this, but we don't like that. But at that point in time, we lose control over that. It goes back to the developer. The developer goes to a client, and the client says, yeah, I don't like that window there, I want to move it, or whatever. And now the concerns that we had are out the window, literally, because they are selling it to someone else, and their interest trumps whatever input we had.
So there's a specific plan which is going to be approved by the it has to be approved by the Planning Commission and City Council, and then there's going to be the design review permit that's going to be pulled. The design review permit is going to be issued to the developer. And that design review permit, I'm assuming the applicant will propose a design for the project, and then the commission will decide whether or not that design conforms to the specific plan's requirements or not. Assuming that it does conform, and they are granted a design review permit, what they can build is going to be subject to the design review permit. And any, are you saying that after the design review permit has been issued, they're going to build something different than what was approved in the plan submitted design review?
Who has the understanding that these were issues that were brought up in design review that are reflected into the building that is finally built for the client? Because the client can ask for modifications, and those modifications are, subject to their whim and not to the concerns of the city.
So we heard from the applicant that the potential buyer could have the opportunity to modify interior finishes. So I'm assuming that we could also include in the development agreement that exterior alterations pursuant to the specific plan and design review approval could be prohibited. But that would be a conversation with the applicant and our city attorney as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Cruz.
Follow-up question for the applicant on that point. I mean, I'm from the Inland Empire, the home of tract housing, and my parents bought into a new development, and they had certain options, but certainly not things about where windows go and how many stories and where the roof line is. It was much like you described earlier, like what kind of countertops and what color paint and maybe the walkway up to the door. But I mean, can you describe a little bit about the optionality that you would expect, and would it really even get into this level of optionality?
We don't expect that it would, no. And so we do not expect that it would. So if we have a certain number of floor plans and models that would be approved by the Planning Commission and subject to a design review permit.
If an individual subsequently they purchase the home, they want to make exterior modifications, that would be no different than any other homeowner in the city of Sierra Madre coming to the city and asking for whatever applicable permit is required to do exterior modifications. So we are not intending on selling semi-custom homes, meaning an individual comes in and says, I want this facade and I want this style. Each one is not designed architecturally differently. There are a series of models and floor plans that we'll have, as Councilmember Creeds described. So we're not going to get into exterior modifications with individual buyers.
Follow-up? Mr.
I just want to understand, though, when we approve the specific plan, the map is not going to come for up to 2 years. And so I understand the concept of once a home buyer does it and they want to go be a weekend warrior, good luck to them. And everybody in town does that. We all, fix out our houses, and that's great. I'm concerned about moving from the specific plan to the map and the design review and what latitude there is to have sort of aspirational pictures in the specific plan that when we get the real house designs don't look anything like that. And that's where my big concern is. And I don't understand, and I haven't heard that the level of design review we can do at the map stage where we do the design review permit is much more than almost ministerial. And that's where my big concern is. And so if we can combine those together and approve the whole thing in one fell swoop, that would be great. I can understand why the applicant doesn't want to invest all sorts of money in a thing that might not get approved. But I want to have that ability to do that appropriate review at that later stage.
This is definitely something we can talk about with the applicant, and to the extent it's possible and the applicant is willing to agree, we can incorporate something into the development agreement to that effect.
Yes.
Just one question along that line. And it goes back to the, what's this? I think you guys switch. Try that. Okay.
All right, okay.
There you go. Just along, it goes back to project alternatives, but in terms of the project, one of the alternatives was lesser homes, which means the park won't be built. So if we do approve it with the park as part of the project, will that be built first or last and part of the grading? And my concern is just what you guys are talking about is that maybe it won't get done if the other houses don't get sold and the development doesn't, and we have a bunch of dirt.
So Commissioner, pursuant to the development agreement, we're required to construct and deliver the park prior to the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the 23rd unit. So basically, half of the homes will be built, half of the homes will be unbuilt. At that point, once we hit the 50% mark, the park needs to be open and delivered to the city.
23. Okay. Is that negotiable?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what we're discussing. Other questions? I think we've reached the point where we're going to deal with any miscellaneous issues that didn't fit into these categories. And I think wildlife, yeah. Councilman Parker's had one.
Yeah, and I'll keep it short, given the hour and how long we've been here. So I just wanted to follow up on some of the residents' questions about bats. And so it's not clear to me in the EAR if bats were really considered. The wildlife biologist came out during the day, but they say that the trees, let's see, maternal and winter roosting colonies are not expected. So did the biologist believe that there were no bats that were going to be in this area, that they couldn't be in this area? I'm confused by that part, and then I'll have a follow-up based on that.
Fortunately, our biologist is here. Mike, Katie, and I would invite him to share the results of his survey.
Great.
Hello, I'm Mike Katie. I'm a senior biologist for Dudek out of the Pasadena office. I've been working in this area for about 18 years. Yes, we did consider bats. So when we run our database queries from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, we get a certain number of species that have recorded occurrences within an area. Every species has their own natural history, their specific niches that they do roost in, that they for maternity roost and wintering roost. Something like the Townsend's big-eared bat That species is actually very specific to caves and mines. And they can also occur in dilapidated buildings, but they're very highly sensitive to human activity. So the existing conditions already within the area, all the hikers went up Bailey Canyon, all the residences, landscape, maintenance, and that kind of stuff, would not. I mean, there's no mines, there's no caves, and they wouldn't just hang out in the area. There's certain bats that, like most bats, especially most special status species bats, have a very particular thing. They're also highly sensitive to humans. This is at the urban wildlife interface, this area. There is a lot of activity around there. So the bats would not have maternity roosts. That's when they have their young, and they're super protective of them. And so they try to stay away from the areas. And same with wintering roosts, is when they're not as active. They're kind of exposed to activities or to predation and stuff like that. And so they try to isolate themselves from activities, humans and stuff like that.
So you are considering that there will be bats in the area that okay.
Yeah. Bats foraging.
I did it a couple of times and I was like, I couldn't quite pull that thread out. Okay.
Yeah, definitely bats foraging over the area. There's not, like, bats are, insectivores, so they go after insects. And what are insects attracted to? Wet stuff. So over people's yards, there's this Sierra Madre spreading basins. I bet you there's probably a bunch of bats foraging over there. Up in Bailey Canyon, when we have the rains and stuff like that, you'll see a bit more bat activity. But yeah, definitely foraging.
And can you, in the report, it says that bats are considered non-game animals and afforded special protection by state law. What is the special protection that they're afforded by state law?
Well, we actually have no listed bats. No bats are listed under the California or federal Endangered Species Acts. So, like a bat like that, the take of just one is a significant impact. Other bats are like species of special concern or bats that are considered sensitive by the Western Bat Working Group. And then, so you analyze those under CEQA. And that is the one thing that is analyzed under. And so then you would consider, okay, is there the potential for like a big roost, and you can impact it in a big way where you could threaten the local population and maybe, pushing the species toward potentially listing under one of the Endangered Species Act.
And then mountain lions, I didn't see really any mention about mountain lions. How are they considered in it, since they are one of the other endangered species?
They're a candidate for listing. So same with the Townsend bat. Once upon a time, it was a candidate for listing, but then the Fish and Game Commission, I think in 2018 and 19, decided not to list it. And so that means it just drops back down to be a species of special concern that you would analyze under CEQA and not under the Endangered Species Act. And then, so mountain lions it's a candidate under the California Endangered Species Act. And so right now, CDFW, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, is coming up with an assessment of whether or not our local population of mountain lions should be listed. And so then they are considered. But what we have said is we do expect mountain lions because they have very wide territories, and during foraging, they're coming down to that urban wildlife interface to prey on the mule deer, on people's pets, and stuff like that. But when you're going to really directly impact a mountain lion would be during when they're breeding. And so females, though, do not like human activity. There's been studies that have shown that they stay further than 600 meters, which is approximately 1,970 feet, away from human activity. You have all the hikers going up Bailey Canyon. You have all the residential activity and stuff like that. Females will probably not have natal dens anywhere near this project. So there wouldn't be expected to be a direct impact because like a female abandoning her young.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Amending.
Just a quick question for you too. One of the questions we received or concerns we received was that there was chemical that was sprayed on the meadows and that may have impacted your ability to assess and evaluate accurately. Can you address that, please?
Yeah, I saw actually the photos of it, and And, looking at aerial photography, and looking at like historic aerials, it goes back, historicaerials.com is a great resource. You can go back and you show that the area has been, vegetation has been removed from the area since I think at least the 40s, probably even earlier than that. That's as far back as the aerials go. And then from even Google Street View, I can use something like that. But using the photos that the comment had, it showed that it was all, non-native grasses like avena, wild oats, and then non-native herbaceous annuals. And some of those plants are actually on the California Invasive Plant Council's invasive plant list. So it was a source, it could be potentially a source of non-native plants within the area. So we use a bunch of different resources, not just a one-time snapshot.
So there were comments about I believe there were deodar pines along Carter. Those pines, my understanding, are inside Bailey Canyon Park behind the fence. I know I've seen an owl roosting right in the entrance numerous times. I don't know if they nest there, but how fragile is an owl as far as if there is a nest there and those trees go away? What happens to that owl? And
there's many other trees in the area that it could potentially use, but as part of one of the mitigation measures, of course, is a nesting bird survey. So prior to any sort of project activity within that area, we would do a survey, and you go in and you just it's more than a few hours of going into the area and actually observing all the bird activity. And if you would find a active nest, not just for an owl, a house finch, many species, we put up protective buffers that range anywhere from 100 to 500 feet. And then you monitor the nest and you monitor the project activities to see if there's an effect. And if there is, then you expand your buffer out.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Just one follow-up question about the mountain lion. You mentioned the impact that you would be looking at would be during mating season and you called it a natal habitat. We heard a couple of, or at least one comment about concerns about the impact on food source for the mountain lion. Is that part of the analysis, or my sense is that the mountain lion would go to where the deer go instead, and there wouldn't necessarily be a deprivation of food source?
Yeah, the project doesn't look at taking out the mule deer. It's not going to directly impact. We'd expect them to just move up into the hillside area and up through Bailey Canyon, all the way up to Mount Wilson Toll Road and all the areas beyond. And that the mountain lion, and moving, actually preying on them up in those areas actually reduces the possibility of human interaction with cars or, homeowners and stuff like that, and mountain lion getting treed and CDFW having to come out.
So we've been having a challenge with a bear and her 2 cubs. You may have heard about. Is there anything we should be considering with respect to this development, especially from a human-bear interface that we should even think about with respect to the development?
Well, for maybe just the whole city, anything above Sierra Madre, Boulevard, maybe having a bear-proof trash containers or something where they have to be kept inside, the garages or something like that. It's always beneficial. I have friends who work for the Forest Service up in Tahoe, and they have many nuisance bears up there who are always getting into everything, and so they're passing more and more sort of citywide things to help curb the potential for subsidizing bears.
I think we've exhausted council questions. Yes, Commissioner Spears.
We've heard tonight the concern about the habitat, but we've also heard that the applicant is going to have to plant some trees in order to replace the ones they're taking out. Is there ways to leverage that so that there are trees that are planted that actually help the habitat for some of these species that the public is concerned with? In other words, are there trees that bats like to hang out in, or there are trees, we're talking about taking out some of the deodars at the bottom because of widening Carter. Well then, are there other places where we can put trees for the owls or whatever?
I mean, it would still be the human activity. The human activity would be you're still having trees adjacent to areas where you're going to have landscape maintenance and that kind of thing. So it would, within the site itself, it would be.
How about behind the monastery on the part that's going to the conservancy?
Well, I don't know if that's part of the project, so, and whether or not that can be.
All we're looking for is recommendations for replacement trees that would improve the position of the wildlife.
It's a possibility.
Okay.
Any other questions? Not hearing any. Thank you, sir. I think we've reached the end of our agenda tonight. I want to thank everyone for coming. It was I think, an exhaustive discussion of this topic. And don't really have anything else to say. I'm still awake, I could say that. But I truly mean it. Thank you for everyone coming tonight, especially our commissioners who really went the extra mile for the community tonight, and my council colleagues. I have a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned, folks. Good evening.